早啊！點解可以返工都可以秒入，真係黐線啊！食咗飯未？食咗飯未？Yo，我等緊個飯，等緊個飯就嚟蒸好，就嚟煲好，咁啱放 lunch。我都拍返粒先，拍返粒得力素，食完得力素，畫畫冇難度。是日呢五雞髀燒肉飯，圖呢？燒味飯啊，真係而家燒味飯對我嚟講都有少少奢侈，唔係好敢咁買飯食啊。OK。唔講咁多廢話住。首先，我哋上回就講到咧，我已經完成咗呢幅畫啦。而完成呢幅畫咧，就係代表我已經完成咗第3堂啦。原來 Draw a Box 嘅第3堂已經完成。咁樣咧，即係話咧，可以完成咗呢一個畫植物嘅部分啦，暫時。然後我頭先開返嚟睇先發現，原來佢最後係有詳細咁講咯，詳細咁教點樣畫靚啲葉咯。跟住我就發現我可以畫得再靚啲咯，啲葉。如果跟佢呢個方法。因為之前我又亂咁畫噶嘛，畫到勁有啲勁核突，就畫咗呢個錯誤示範右邊呢種，畫到啲紋勁多紋，但其實唔使咁多紋，啲陰影又冇好好咁畫出嚟。點解要幫我括咗嗰句食完得力素畫畫冇難度？係咪可唔可以 out sponsor out 廣告？其實我諗緊點樣有冇機會，或者我應該點樣令到有廣告，就廣告商喺我呢度落廣告？係咪次次我即興賣廣告咧？跟住我就應該 cap 低cap 低嗰個效果俾啲廠商睇咁就可以自薦咯。就話咩？嗱，你睇下我呢個直播係可以容許我強姦式咁樣植入廣告嘅。如果有咩跟住咩而嗰啲觀眾都係非常受落very funny。佢哋睇完之後，又好笑又好睇，就會即刻勁想買，個個都話勁想買。喂，邊度買？喂，搵你買有冇折嗰啲？跟住我就可以成功拗一筆。腳做差，星伯加油食飯先 ，OK。我幫你同星伯講聲，都係嗰句。如果我撞到佢嘅話，好啦，跟住咧。 植物就講完啦，但係我都會再翻轉頭睇嘅，翻轉頭睇翻啲碌屎咯。不過點講呢？始終唔落手畫都係未必記到，要記得翻。可能下次畫植物就翻嚟睇下啲碌屎，回顧下。跟住之後呢，就可以畫啲蟲蟲嘅蟲蟲特工隊。早 Alex， 我玩完 Dark Soul 之後係啊，順帶一提，不過而家有啲早喎，冇乜人。順帶一提，玩完 Dark Soul 之後，我打算挑戰一下一啲有難度嘅遊戲。幫我睇下點啊 ！Dark Soul 爆咗機啦咩未啊？好快啦，打多幾日啊！應該打多，我唔知喎，睇下 Dark Soul 嗰個時間先。幾長？32個鐘平均，我都18個鐘啦，好似上次睇。差唔多啦，玩多我當一日5個鐘啦，兩個星期啊，一個星期啊，一個星期應該都得，唔知咧，希望得。喂 ，Main Story 32個鐘，但係呢個咩啊？全破啊！就96個鐘啊，爭咁遠嘅喂！如果我唔睇攻略嚟講，咁我應該再用多啲時間，可能40至50個鐘啊。仲要我其實卡咗勁耐，成日嘥啲時間。唔緊要啊，但係之後我應該再玩啲有難度嘅嘢。呢個時間呢，我想等埋我個飯先啊，等埋個飯跟住先睇片，定係而家就睇啦？而家又要睇片啊，跟住又要畫2頁腸仔。哇，43分鐘可以。
So today I'm doing an intro video for the fourth
勁細聲，可唔可以大聲啲啊？佢究竟
on Drawbox that's drawing insects and arachnids. Just like before, this is not a full lesson. This is just an introduction to go over some basic concepts. The full lesson is here on drawbox.com. Make sure that you read all the instructions. I know that it's pretty long-winded. I tend to ramble on a lot, but the information tends to be fairly important, and it will help you along your way. Later this afternoon, I'm planning on redoing some of these older demos. While I've been doing critiques for this sort of thing for just over 2 years now, and I've learned a lot about how people think.
說時遲那時快呢，我個飯就已經準備好，等我陣。 我頭先筆下飯，我醒起呢個其實呢個飯其實都算係show me your love 飯喎。啊？show me 應該係番茄 show me your 啊牛肉粒飯咯。不如你咩啊？搞個每週體能挑戰，例如30分鐘組合運動，好似做3下啊、10下掌上下平板支撐嚇，體能挑戰啊！直播體能挑戰啊！直播操嘢都得嘅。我都準備操翻嘢，但係我啊諗緊好攰啊！如果我朝早操嘢，跟住操完嘢畫畫，應該畫唔鬼到，或者好辛苦，好攰啊！我諗過操嘅，但係我真係冇諗過直播啊！直播做會唔會好尷啊？嚇？直播做尷唔尷尬啊？咁先吸到女粉，都係嘅。女粉我又唔擔心嘅，粉絲呢啲嘢，我對我自己很有自信。只要你唔尷尬，尷尬嘅就係 Siri 同賤種仔仔係咪？佢哋不嬲勁尷尬，勁 cringe，佢兩條友嚇，兩條友勁尷尬，講埋啲嘢嚇，唔知醜啊！嗱，我唔同啊嘛，因為我係做開呢啲咯，得體嘢啊，斯文嘢啊嗰啲。我都唔知啊。直播做我唔知啊，好尷尬，好似特登要 show 出嚟咁樣。即係我又冇特別目標啊。即係如果我有特別目標咁樣都好啲，但我真係冇乜目標，純粹想自己滿意啊 ，fit 翻少少啦，保持嗰個健康嘅身體咁樣。好似冇乜特別，喂，睇片先，我哋再諗，唔急不急，不急不急。睇下點樣畫蟲啊！喂，等係，我想 check 翻啲嘢先，等我一陣。你的頻道 check 先，掛台 OK。冇轉到嘅，死啦！轉翻先，唔記得咗。OK，睇下先，邊日呢？想 check 翻啲嘢，啲嘢喺邊啊 ？file 啊，唔知邊個？點解我有3日65嘅？咩事啊？What the？點解有3個65咁有趣？ OK，check 完。OK，繼續。
Since I understood it in a specific way when I learned it, but it's not like I could put it to words at the time. So through doing all of these critiques, I've learned different kind of the specifics as to even how I think about going through this material. So hopefully the new demos and this video will be more, well, hopefully they'll be better targeted at this material. But I'm probably looking at these demos, I'm probably going to leave them up as well because unlike the last lesson where I think my demos and my general approach was a little less constructive, here they actually do follow through that kind of approach a little better, but the new ones will be more relevant, more on point, and so on. So last time I talked about, when dealing with plants, I talked about how we're still constructing with the three different groups of forms, and everything technically has a basis in standard geometric forms, like cylinders, spheres, it's kind of terrible, but whatever, boxes, and so on. And then from there, you can kind of extend into organic forms, which are pretty much, they're very similar, and you can technically take geometric forms and twist them and turn them and manipulate them to such an extent that they stop holding some of the characteristics of being geometric forms and they become much more organic. Like, this is the most basic kind of way of thinking about it, where a tube just becomes so soft and malleable that it eventually becomes a sort of sausage-like form, which tend to be very useful. And we focus on those in lesson 2. And then the third group, which I mentioned in the last lesson, was the ribbons. And these were especially relevant last time because they behave, I mean, it's pretty much what we look at for leaves, which are, they're both just flat shapes that flow through 3 dimensions as opposed to just across the 2-dimensional canvas or page that you're drawing on. Now, in this lesson, this is all still relevant, but we are mainly going to be looking at the organic forms. In some ways, I guess you could be seeing it at, seeing some geometric, but it's mostly going to be balls or spheres, which are pretty much organic as well. That's sort of the overlap between the different groups. Additionally, you might play a little bit with, if you're looking at like wasp or fly wings, those are flat, so then you look more into the ribbons and that sort of thing, but 90% of what we're looking at here are organic forms. And you always want to remember that you want to keep those simple and solid. So if you're drawing a sausage like this, these sort of pinches and swelling and whatnot, it doesn't look good. It's not just that it doesn't look good, it's that it undermines the solidity of the whole form. So you can add contour curves to it to kind of reinforce that, but you're already starting off with something that's sacrificed some of its solidity. So you can work with it, but it's still going to look weak, and it's not a great starting point. So instead, always work with a nice, smooth, even line. Try and keep your widths consistent. And I mean, you'll have a little bit of tapering or whatever if you're thinking in perspective. But for the most part, that's not going to be a big deal here because perspective tends to apply more to larger objects at a larger scale. When you're looking at a much smaller form, there's so little perspective because the distance between the closer point and the farther point is so minimal that the sizes don't really change. So what I usually describe the opposite as is when you're looking at a building from the bottom floor, or the roof of a building from the bottom floor. The scale here is enormous, so you're going to be seeing something like that, where the roof is tiny relative to the base where you're standing. So here we're talking about insects. These are small objects, so there's not going to be a whole lot of perspective distortion. So again, just simple sausage shapes, balls, and the balls don't have to be spheres, they can be squished. And remember your contour lines. The thing about insects that's quite good is that these they have exoskeletons, meaning that they have their really hard, dense armor plates on the outside as opposed to us having our bones and skeletons on the inside. And the benefit here is that in order to stay mobile, it's got a lot of segmentation between these sort of plates of bone and armor. And so this segmentation basically gives us some natural contour lines to work from. So if you think about a wasp, I'm not looking at any reference right now, but so a wasp's body, forget about its head for now, but it's something like this. And the abdomen here, we'll talk about the different terms for their anatomy in a bit, but their actual abdomen has this sort of ribbing to it. And it becomes super useful to use that to help describe how the form turns through space. And so, and any sort of lines that run along the surface, even if they're not just running like this, if they run maybe a little around like that, as long as in your mind it's like you're carving your pen along the surface of that form and not just straight across, you'll start to get the little bits of nuance that help describe how the form sits in space and how that surface wraps around your form. So let's talk about the anatomy of insects first, or insects and arachnids. So here you've got a human torso. And surprisingly enough, we are actually quite similar in the way that at least our heads and torsos are, and arms, I guess, are structured relative to these other creatures. So you've got, I didn't draw any of these from reference. It wasn't really uh, an informed design, but something wasp-like, something beetle-like, and something spider-like. And so you've got three main components for each of these, although the spider is a special case that we'll talk about later. You've got the head, the thorax, which for us we think of as the chest, and you've got the abdomen. And so each of these insects or arachnids is also broken up into similar components. Now, as you move from something like an ant or a wasp towards a beetle and then finally to a spider or a scorpion or whatever other arachnid you're talking about, the distance and or rather the closeness between the head and the thorax will increase. And once you reach this point, you no longer have an independent head and thorax that can kind of pivot relative to each other. So the wasp can turn its head, no problem. This spider, its head is actually fused into its thorax, and it's now called, I mean, the name isn't that important, but it's called a cephalothorax. The beetle can still turn its head around, but it's not quite as disjointed from the rest of it as it would be for an ant or a wasp or a bee or whatever. Now, the other thing to keep in mind is that your legs, while like with a beetle, it's easy to think that the bottom legs come out of the abdomen, but that's not true. Think of them as being like a human upper torso. Your arms come out of your shoulders, which are at the side of your chest ish. Like the muscle actually wraps around from the chest to the arm. So for these insects, they have a similar structure where their legs, all of them, come out of the thorax. And so it's really important to actually give some thought as to how your legs connect to the rest of the body. So if your thorax and your head are like this, usually the back legs are very close to the abdomen and it's going to look like they are actually coming out from here. But always keep in mind that they're generally going to come out from the thorax. Now, I'm not an entomologist. I could be wrong on some points, but it's a good rule of thumb that your legs are generally going to come out of your thorax. Just don't quote me on it if
全部
you're
喺
actually
個
talking
胸
to an
度生出嚟。
entomologist, because they might call me an idiot. Anyway, moving on. Is there anything else I want to cover on this? No, that's good. So this is a ladybug. As many of you probably know, I think they're probably called something different in some countries. Sometimes they're called ladybirds. Doesn't really matter. It's very beetle-like. So the first thing that I want to point out is the basic forms that make up the body. And here it's super simple. You've got three major forms. I'm not really sure which color to pick here because they all kind of blend in with this picture, but I'll do my best. So you've got the abdomen here, which is massive and takes up the majority of the body. And then you've got the thorax, and you've got all of these little legs coming out of the thorax, even this one here. A lot of the time, your details are going to be hidden. So you're going to want to look for multiple pieces of reference, maybe study some more anatomical, drawings or diagrams of how these things fit together, because you're not always going to want to rely on just a single image. You want to understand how things come together. You might want to ultimately draw that image, but it's hiding a lot of information from you. You need to fill in those blanks for yourself so you understand how it all comes together. Lastly, you've got the head. Now, notice that for this abdomen, I drew the entire friggin' ball. There's a form here that gets cut off, which is the shell, but it wraps right around a larger form. And so I don't want to get distracted by this slightly more complex form with its little like curves and how it wraps around. Balls are simple, they're solid. I want to build a solid base for my construction. That's all I'm focusing on. It's like when you're building a clay sculpture, or I don't actually know that much about sculpting, but I know that you want to block things out first and then refine the forms around them. Always think of your drawing like sculpture. Like every form that you're
咩
putting
復
down, it's
鳩
not
牆？
something you can ignore after the fact. Like every
雕塑，雕塑。
form that you're putting down, it's not something you can ignore after the fact. It's there, it's solid, and if you want to change it, you have to carve into it. You
雕
have
刻，
to scoop
雕
chunks
塑。
out of it and add more chunks elsewhere. So what I mean by that is if you start off with a ball like this, you can't then decide, well, I want my form to actually be like this in the next stage. You have to adhere to this. And so on many levels, each step is making certain decisions that you have to stick to. If you decide that you want to change something down the road, you need to consider, okay, what solid forms do I need to add to achieve my goal? Because I've already written this in stone, so I need to work around it. I can't just act like, oh wait, that didn't happen, and just ignore it and go my happy way. Because that's going to result in a flimsy construction that is not believable. So just like in the lesson 3 intro video, I'll show how, like, the various steps that this is all constructed. So this matches up directly to that. I've got my abdomen, my thorax, and my head. And you also notice that here I added a quick contour line running down the center of the form. And I always find this to be very useful. And you'll actually find, if I hide this trace layer, you've actually got that mark right there in the ladybug itself. So I rely on this to help keep things aligned and centered, because it's basically my axis of symmetry. It also helps keep me aware of the fact that this is not just some flimsy 2D circle. It's an actual ball with mass and form. So see how right here, instead of just continuing on like that, my curve actually changes and dips down. That's because I'm hinting at an edge here where the surface starts to turn differently at a different rate. And that isn't actually entirely the case here, but it's something that I like to do to exaggerate certain changes, just to remind myself that not everything is running super smooth and consistent. There are these little turns in form that let you think more about how planes exist. So in this case, I might be thinking of, well, most of this shell is actually very rounded, so I don't want to make it too planar. But so this might be one sort of consistent curve or curved plane. And then this little lip here is different. And it's not significantly different, but I want to be aware of it in my mind. Other beetles and things, you might have them. Or that's a bad example. They might have a lot more going on in terms of their top and side faces. So see how this turns here? That's what we're thinking about. So this is the side plane, this is the top plane. So once I've built that out, I want to move on to refining my big forms. So the shell that I was talking about beforehand, now I feel confident in constructing it around my ball. So because it's wrapping around this form, the scaffolding that already exists. So I'm just adding along my contour, like just building up along the contour of the form. And I've got a little bit of a protrusion here because it's got a tiny lip. And you'll notice that this ball actually extends below where the belly of the ladybug goes, but we'll carve that out later. It's not a big deal right now. And actually, so there's not just this shell, but there's also, this color is getting useless. There's a lot of different components that are meshed into each other, so you need to be aware of that. This head is set into the thorax, and it's got this little hinge joint type thing. Or not hinge joint, it's a ball joint, but we'll get into that some other time. So I want to make sure that all these overlapping parts, that I've got them well defined, like this. So I know how all the parts fit together. That's really the overarching theme here. Everything is constructed in a certain way that allows it to behave the way it does. It allows its head to turn in certain circumstances, or the opposite, it doesn't allow its head to turn. And so every object, its essence exists because of the way that it's constructed. I don't know how else to describe that. So you need to be aware of how everything fits together, otherwise your construction simply won't be believable. Now, here, I'm thinking about how my legs connect. Now, like I said, in this image, you get none of that information. They
係咯，
just go into
睇唔
some
到係
shadowy
點嘅
depths
喎。
and magically connect to the body. That's not good enough. So you want to go and find other references
哦
explaining
，OK，
exactly, or visually explaining at least, how these things connect to the thorax or whatever part of the body
另
they
外
may
再
connect
揾
to.
佢係點嘅。
And you also want to think about what's going on the opposite side. I can't see any of that, but eventually I'm going to have to think about how at least one leg is poking out or whatever. So I want to know how these shapes or forms are actually extending out of the body so that I can build up my mental model of this whole construction in 3D in my head. So you'll notice that here I've got the joints. You can think of it as the joints fitting into the like, I mean, you might think that those are going to the abdomen, but the thorax likely extends deeper in there. And this is actually being tucked underneath the shell. So it's like we're looking at it with X-ray glasses. So while the position may line up with the abdomen, you'll see this actually better in the next example, but it's still connecting to the thorax. So long story short, what you see on the surface is not always what's actually going on. Although, admittedly, I think I might have actually put this a little bit too far back, but whatever. So then you build out your legs, and when constructing legs, a lot of people want to start off with simple lines and then flesh them out. And I mean, I guess it's okay, but I've seen some varying levels of success with this. Personally, I prefer to forget the lines, and I actually, in my previous demos, I used lines, which is why a lot of people seem to be doing the same thing. But I've learned since then that building out legs like little sausages, and with these things, you don't really have to care that much about how much form is going into it. I mean, it's good to know how each part connects with the other one and curving into each socket. But generally, I want to focus much more on the gesture and the flow of these things. So you'll know that I'm not drawing rigid, stiff lines. All my legs are always curving like this. That was actually a bad example. It's the other way. Or whatever. And so when I build out my legs, it's just connecting one form to the next, to the next.
OK，
And also take a close look at, I mean, always look closely at your reference. You should never be drawing more than a couple moments between glances at your reference. But pay special attention to the just how these legs are constructed. How many segments do they have? And what's going on at the end of them? Like this one's got a little toe thing. And especially with insects, like I'm obviously doing a simplification here, which is good for construction, but later on you'll want to refine that to better reflect what the actual masses, like what their relationships are. Because you can see here,
好朦喎佢幅
The
圖。
joint here is actually, it's very peculiar. See how it gets very narrow here? I personally hate that because it makes the construction aspect of it, making things feel solid and sturdy, much more difficult. But at the end of the day, you can't make stuff up. I mean, you can if you want to, but that's what we like to call artistic license, where you alter the design of a thing to better suit your needs. But in this case, we're just focusing on capturing what is actually there and understanding it. We've got this weird segmentation going on and stupid little toes. So be aware of what it is you're actually drawing. Don't just lose yourself in your own head. And lastly, I just start refining things, and I like, just like in the plants, I like to refine my shapes and just break my shapes apart and organize them by filling some things in with solid black. Just like here, you can't see a lot of that detail. It helps to separate those legs out from the underbody and from the shell and all that, just to make them exist as their own separate entity. And adding line weight and all that stuff to separate out your forms is also very helpful. And lastly, I usually like to add a simple little shadow shape. I mean, this is really poorly constructed. I don't put a whole lot of time into them, ever, because it's not really worth it. It's just to have something on the ground there to show that there is a ground plane here, that this creature is not just floating in air. Anyway, I have one last demo to show you, and I want to try and get through this quickly because we're already running fairly long. It's a tarantula. I was looking for different spiders to use for an example, but they all unsettle me deeply. Tarantulas I can deal with at least a little bit, so yeah, but I'm just going to try and get through this as quickly as I can. So again, 3 basic forms: your abdomen, your thorax, and your head. And like before, the cephalothorax is the fused, not like before, but like in my anatomy explanation, the cephalothorax is the fused head and thorax, which does not allow the head to pivot at all. And it's fused to such a degree that they are basically the same form. It's like the thorax has a little bump on it, but you should still block them in separately, because even a bump adds an extra level of complexity to your form. And so that's my basic construction of the body. And like before, I have that center line coming along here to help orient the whole construction and figure out how things are going to be aligned. Here, I noticed that, I'll hide the little tracing wire, but it's got a little carapace here. God, that's creepy. And so I wanted to at least try and add an extra layer of form up there for now.
咁都睇到。
It's quite interesting, actually, that it's got an extra layer that seems to cover the thorax portion of the cephalothorax, and the head is exposed. And that's all part of its... I mean, these little edges here are just more contour lines that describe how the form flows, which is very useful. Next, find those leg joints again. Here we've got 4 legs on each side. And then also these 2, I don't really remember what they are. They're stupid little... I always refer to these things as stupid because I hate insects and arachnids. But they've got these little grabby things that they use to eat with.
好唔尊重
I'm not a
喎。
freaking scientist. But anyways, all of these things have
尊重下啲
joints,
蜘
and
蛛好
so you
啊。
need to be aware of how they connect to the body. And this will come up time and time again. It's important here. It's important when you draw plants. It's super important when you draw animals. And people tend to forget that. Well, whatever. And so here are the legs. And just like before, I don't draw a line coming through here. I draw the forms themselves, the little noodles. Noodles and sausages, all these things are about food. And I haven't had lunch. And so here we just want to be aware of the fact that they are overlapping each other and connected to one another and so on. And I mean, I guarantee you the first several times you're probably going to screw up the leg arrangements because they're just so long and gangly. So you just really need to practice observation. So beyond a certain point with your proportions, with the way things are laid out, it's just something you need to get used to doing. If you look away from your reference for too long, and by too long I mean like 5, 6 seconds, you're going to forget things. Your brain tries to process the information, and in processing it, it throws away a lot of stuff that it doesn't think is important. And it's all important because we want to capture reality. And so you're going to start throwing really important stuff away, and then that's eventually that gets broken down into what we think of as drawing icons and drawing symbols. They represent the object that we're trying to draw, but they don't actually accurately capture what's there. So always look at your reference constantly. Remember that your memory cannot be trusted. It's that simple.
唔好相信你
So
嘅記
once
憶。
I added those legs, the drawing was
OK，
getting a little messy. So I
仲有
started to add a lot more line weights to kind of capture the, not capture, but define the overlaps of one leg over another or one form over another. So you can see how these leg joints on the far side, they're starting to become a little bit less apparent. They're obviously still there because I'm kind of mimicking drawing ink with ink, but they will not, I mean, they're not going to disappear, but they don't really catch your eye quite as much because everything else draws your attention. And I kind of just push this further. I add those shadows that I demonstrated with the ladybug. I just try, it's not about lighting, it's about separating your forms out so that some things get more attention and other things get less attention. It's all about organizing things. And finally, the shadow. Same as before. Just a quickly design shape left there. Now, there's a lot of texture going on here, and I mean, I could talk about that, but I'm not going to. Because texture's not important. We want to focus entirely on
但係
our
我想知佢
construction.
點畫喎
And
嚇？
so, like with the plants in the last lesson, I want
點
to
樣畫
recommend
佢
that at
啲
least
佢啲毛
half of your drawings completely ignore any sort of additional texture or detail or any of that stuff. Focus entirely on your major forms, just constructing this recognizable creature. And if you do get into texture, you're probably going to want to depict these sort of hairs as like individual lines, which is a terrible idea, because if I were to add texture to this, and if I went about it that way, just adding these lines all over the place, it's going to get so distracting and sloppy for that matter. And especially, like, I mean, around the silhouette is one thing, but then as you get into here, it's just so much visual information. It's very distracting and irritating to look at. So instead of doing that, I'll get more into this particular topic of fur and hair when we get into the next lesson. But for now, When you
next
have a
lesson 先
furry
會講啊。
surface or a furry object,
OK，
there's two things you don't want to do. First of all, you don't want to fill the entire inside with furry texture, however you want to try and draw it, because it's just going to be full of contrast. It's going to be super distracting. What you should do, on the other hand, is actually add it to the silhouette. So this is still a bad way of doing it, but it's just for example's sake. This is what I was doing before with the spider. This reads way stronger than the equivalent being shoved into here. The reason is, and I've explained this before, but I mean, this whole curriculum is all about me repeating myself over and over and over. But the whole idea is that when you look at an object, the first thing that you see is its
佢真
silhouette.
係
It's like
講
when you
咗
see a
勁多
friend
次。
from distance. You might know that it's them, even though you can't make out any of the internal detail, because there are little things that, having gotten to know them and then been with them for a long time, you might notice that this is that friend of mine. Certain characteristics, certain details of their silhouette that just makes them recognizable. So when you're designing anything like a character, you need to make sure that their silhouette is highly recognizable. Now, that's the first thing that you see, and then gradually your eye looks deeper. It looks into the internal details and textures and like a person's face and whatever to recognize them. But at every level, you're going to get less and less of an impact. So since the silhouette is one of the first levels that the eye looks at, any little detail, any change, anything breaking the edge or breaking the pattern is really going to stand out. It's going to have a lot of impact. And so what I always recommend is that you add that detail along the silhouette, but instead of doing it like this, where you've just kind of haphazardly drawn a bunch of lines that actually have really irritating tangents to the form itself, you want to specifically design tufts of fur. You want to take your time with this. Don't rush it. Don't be sketchy. Just be purposeful.
OK，
And save it for key areas as well. You don't have to add this furry texture all over the silhouette. Do it where you know that fur bunches up and becomes very apparent. Just because otherwise you're just doing it's overkill. And the same thing kind of works for grass and all sorts of other things. So notice how here, the thing I was mentioning about tangents is that it's the idea that a straight line coming perpendicularly off another line will, this point here draws a lot of attention. It creates tension, actually. And it can stress a person out, which is sometimes what you want to do, but usually it's something you want to avoid. And so instead of that, you'll notice how my tufts of fur, they're arced. And they're also not singular lines, they're shapes, which builds into the whole idea of a silhouette being a shape with complex edges. So you just want to work into that. And so these are not creating tangents, and they're not as stressful to look at. And you end up with a furrier looking silhouette. And once that's applied to a larger form, like that spider there, you're able to communicate that part of its characteristics to your viewer.
好眼瞓。
Anyway, I've already hit the 40-minute mark, which is a lot longer than I meant to go. So I'm going to stop this lesson here. be sure to go over the lesson in its entirety. Like I said, make sure that your first 4 pages or so are focusing entirely on construction. At least your first 4 pages. I
呢
mean,
條片好舊
you can stick to construction the whole way through. That's great, frankly. But I'm assuming that some of you will want to venture into texture. And again, don't worry if your textures don't come out right immediately, because it takes a lot of practice. It takes training with observation, learning to deal with those patterns, and it'll develop probably a lot slower than construction. But again, construction is way more important.
知啊，收
And
到
as always, if you are looking for a critique
construction
from me, you can receive that through Reddit
收到㗎
by
啦，
clicking on
明㗎啦。
the View Homework Submissions on Reddit button. And you just post your homework here, include a link to an album hosted wherever. Usually we use Imager. But if you do want to critique, you have to make sure that you complete the prerequisites. So for this lesson, that's lesson 1, 2, and 3. And also make sure that you complete
佢以前有
the
教
lesson
畫
with the
魚
required
喎，
tools. So
係嘛？
here that's felt tip pens only. I know for lessons 1 and 2 I allow ballpoint pen, although it's not really recommended. Here with
得
lessons
得得得得得，超級長氣。OK OK。solid forms， 跟住頭空肚啊分 ，OK。睇下先啊，佢又要畫多2頁，畫多2版腸仔先。畫完2版腸仔就4版，4版同之前一樣啦，4版冇 texture 嘅，冇 texture 冇 detail 嘅蟲啦，即係淨係得嗰啲叫咩啊 ？organic form。6版就有 texture 嘅，6版，睇下啲聲冇先。睇下佢點畫，定係畫咗腸仔先，熱個身先。好似好複雜，但係其實分開嚟睇就唔複雜。Crazy! Oh my god! Oh my god！ 但係我淨係 feel 到好攰，我又想瞓覺啦，救命啊！ 又想瞓覺可以點？可以點樣？超級眼瞓，拉個筋先。Oh my god！ 超級眼瞓就飲包檸檬茶先啦。02開台。冇理住啊！哇！腸仔，腸仔，腸仔，腸仔，腸仔 ，Scorpion 呢個咩啊 ？Black Widow。Black Widow， 哇，好型，好型喎！哇，呢啲真係好型喎！畫咗出嚟嘅話就〜有種好型咪嘅 feel，喂，跟住就其他動物，crazy。08、05，12蚊即係幾錢啊？黐線，12蚊3支，一嚿水啊，咁貴？一嚿水3支 ？Are you kidding？有啲平啲嘅，通常要做正經嘢嘅時候呢，就係最容易俾其他嘢分到心嘅時候。因為好唔想開始做啊！即使可能淨係得少少眼瞓，但係呢個時候都會變到超級眼瞓。 先，我諗下先。呢個時候諗下先，兩板腸仔啫嘛，兩板腸仔唔係啲咩好困難嘅事啊，係嘛？頂我想呢幅圖叫咩咧？呢嚿植物叫咩？千乜乜花，可唔可以揾到啊？千 XX 花，千瓣唔知咩花，花瓣個瓣字係點啊？花瓣個瓣點寫啊？花瓣千瓣年啊？唔係蓮花喎，千瓣咩花呢個叫？咩㗎？千瓣金蓮啊！哦，係地湧金蓮，千瓣蓮花都係蓮花嚟嘅。OK。好啦 ，time to 畫腸仔㗎啦。OK，腸仔嚟講呢，就咁畫啦，唔使 reference 啦，係嘛？哇！但係真係好攰啊，好攰啊！我啲動力呢？我啲動力去咗邊啊？唔得，呢個音樂太唔精神啦。都係聽返啲耶穌吉他先。睇下先啊，耶穌吉他。定係試下呢個咧？ 試下呢個。好想瞓覺，我好想瞓覺啊！我唔想啊，我唔想瞓覺啊！唔可以啊！其實啲腸仔真係畫到熟晒啊，係嘛？冇乜好擔心嘅。冇問題啊，照隊就係㗎啦嘛。但係點解咁難開始呢？隊佢。隊佢，睇下先，9:00打機係聽朝，咩啊？唔係啊，黐線，係喎，點解我一個用24小時制？傻，21:00，跟住11點係23:00。感謝提醒 ，No sleep， 你個名都提醒咗我唔好瞓啊！好啊，好啊 ，No sleep 啊 ，Don't sleep，Don't look at my bed。腸仔。到咗24:00睇恐怖片，唔好啦，唔好啦，唔好咁想睇恐怖片啦。哇！好想做其他嘢啊！而家呢一刻黐線㗎。我呢一刻勁想做其他嘢，不如唞一日先。 勁想睇恐怖片，唔係 ，no no no， 並不是並不是。我而家勁想畫腸仔，超想畫腸仔。You know？腸仔 is the best。可以啊，可以啊，呢啲腸仔可以 ，nice。可唔可以畫多幾條啊？畫唔畫到啊？呢度咁幼啊，但係我頂呢條 fail， 呢條唔得，唔夠 smooth， 畫多一條雲魔腸。Lofi， 你畫腸仔未啊？一齊畫腸仔啊！一齊嚟畫 X 啊！有少少羨慕嗰啲人開台打機，我又唔想淨係，開台打機真係好爽啊！你知唔知啊？但開台打機好似好弱咁啊！開台做刷子器都好爽，真係嘅咩？一試就上癮。我最憎就係最驚就係做啲會上癮嗰啲嘢，所以我就唔係好啱我啊，可能。刷仔戲真係難搞啊！ 哇！仲係會炒，一闊少少就好易控制唔到。都仲係會出晒界咯，同埋頂低 B。遠啲，遠啲。哎呀，又係咁，唔緊要。又唔係未炒過。你話求婚炒車就話啫，嚇？話腸仔炒粉冇所謂，係嘛？求婚炒粉就真係大事啊，大領落啊！所以呢就呢，繼續啦，繼續炒啊！No 又出界 ，No。頂 ，It's okay。曾經我都有呢個開台打機打到發達嘅夢想，但係諗下真係太冇呢個挑戰性啦。太易啊！好唔 smooth 啊！嗰啲轉彎位。打丁發達，哇！打丁發達就真係難喎。打丁發達，有冇人做過呢一個壯舉？哇！唔講打丁嗰啲話題黐線，唔講呢啲嘢啊，講應承咗啊！不過打丁發達真係好癲喎！我諗冇人有冇呢？要唔要 Google 下？但係應該點 Google 啊？ 我見到啲好搞笑嘅嘢喎。港女招聘兼職數據記錄員，每日就係要睇住男人打 X。哇！今年嘅喎，今年1月18號啊！香港地要揾錢的確有不少方法，有人甚至為揾多啲錢，不惜一個人打幾份工，務求有更多收入。而唔少 Facebook group 呢，都係呢個招聘 group， 不時都會有放出兼職招聘他人。以下呢一份呢，就係啦，假㗎嘛。OK， 有一個 Facebook 嘅 group 咧，就當中咧見到一個女性就發出一個兼職邀約，職位名為兼職數據記錄員，以工作內容是男性測試員會試用男士保健產品，你主要負責協助記錄數據，而其後他再解釋指如果佢有反應，佢自己會處理，你計時同睇數據就 OK。之後又稱公司有安排 motel 方便工作，乜鬼啊？男性測試員會試用男士保健產品。OK， 跟住咩啊？講多少少，個男仔會試藥，如果佢有反應，佢自己會處理。你計時同睇數據就 OK， 即係睇佢打問號，打 X 問號，對，最基本的，即係做 X 啦。OK， 跟住佢話咩？我哋係為咗科研。可以，唔使客氣。你主要擔心什麼？做咩要睇人打 X？ 又唔係高人工，你又知唔高？咁幾錢？你 expect？ 講下幾錢先啦。你可以做啲咩？潮，即係佢用招聘嘅形式就揾啲女啊睇佢打 X 啫。我哋有分幾個薪酬，如果你可以用器材輔助就再高啲，即係輔助去打 X。吓，人哋 check 嘢都係咁，一定係邪骨。跟住佢最後仲要話咩？算啦，你個人心術不正，易招啲奇怪嘢，搞笑。我哋唔呢啲嘢留翻俾你做啦，妹妹仔。我哋唔需要睇下你幾時行衰運，應該仔嚟嘅，係應該就唔係妹妹仔嚟嘅。OK， 做翻正事先，畫翻腸仔先。精神。我唔想再出街啊，好嘛？可唔可以唔好再出街啊？我係應該可以控制到㗎嘛，係咪？集中啲。的確係冇出街，但係呢， 搞乜鬼嘅？你份咪？睇下先。應該咁樣。OK， 繼續。快啲搞掂呢個熱身環節，好嘛？呢條腸仔唔係咁好啊，但係都照嚟啊！呢度點好呢？有啊，就咁啦。OK。繼續腸仔，腸仔。 呢個唔得。No。照禮。跟住咧，呢個就唔畫完啦。呢度最扁。好唔 smooth 啊！都得。 個啦。跟住咧揾昆蟲，定係學佢咧？蜜蜂。
Let's look at drawing, or rather applying constructional techniques to draw a wasp. This is the vile little critter that we will be drawing today. It is a wasp. He is a jerk, or she. I'm not really sure much about how wasps' society works, but anyway. There's a few things that we'll be looking at. First off, basic insect anatomy. They have a head, a thorax, and an abdomen. Also, we'll be looking at approaches to drawing their legs, because they've got quite interesting ones. Although these techniques that we'll talk about will also be applied pretty much across the board, and you'll see what I mean in a bit. And so let's get right into this. I'm going to try and keep these demos shorter. I'm still hitting like 20 minutes each. Hopefully this one will be shorter. So let's move this one aside. So to start with, we are doing exactly what I said, establishing the head. And keep in mind, here you've got like a very triangular head. We're not worrying about that. We're not worrying about the whole thing. We're not creating a form that is going to enclose the head or something like that. If you picture, well, you don't have to picture anything. The wasp is right here. The head that we are drawing, this mass, is really just the smallest space in which you can fit this sphere. When we start talking about animals in the next lesson, this will specifically be the cranium, which is a part of the skull. In this case, with insects, we're applying the same concepts. So you've got the cranium, onto which we will definitely be adding additional forms, as we always do when we are constructing. So we're starting it off as simply as possible with this ball, because we first just want to establish how it relates to the rest of the body. And then we've got our thorax. I'll just go ahead and put this back here, which is the part from which the legs come out. In a lot of beetles and things like that, the head and the thorax will be fused. I believe it's called the cephalothorax when it's both the head and the thorax. You see it in, beetles and various other insects, and arachnids. It's there in spiders as well. But anyway, we're not going to worry about that in this demo. So lastly, I'm not actually sure if I mentioned, but the thorax is where all the legs come out from. So some people accidentally put some of them down here, but that's not accurate. They are all coming from the thorax, or at least as far as I know. I could be wrong, but based on all the insects that I've drawn and that I've seen, they generally come out of the thorax. You can think of this as though with a human, if you forget about their legs, you've got the head, you've got their chest, which is another name for the word thorax. We have thoraxes too. And then you've got the abdomen, which is, part of the human body as well. And so if you were to draw this into a person, which is going to be horrifying, we'd still have their arms. This is definitely not going well, but anyway.
變做人都仲
The point
得
is
啊！
that they simply have more arms than us, but the construction is still quite similar in terms of at least the parts that are involved.
黐線。
Anyway, I'm getting off on a tangent, and that's only going to make this video longer. So we've got our major components. What's next? Center lines are a really important way to ensure that everything stays aligned and so that we better understand how these forms relate to one another. It's pretty often that I see students who will either ignore the center line or will actually draw the center line, but without having a sense for how the line is meant to flow over a surface. So if you have two forms that are sitting next to each other, if you draw your center line like this, and you still expect this to be represented as a sphere, not something that is much skinnier, then you're going to run into problems. You need to be mindful of just how this surface is flowing through space and really give it a nice curve to wrap all the way around. So that comes back to the contour lines in lesson 2. So make sure that you've practiced them plenty and that you're still working them into your warm-ups, because they are critical to really understand how these lines can flow over the surface of a form. And so the center line will also give us a lot of clues as to how various elements should be aligned over the body and just how they are relating to each other, like how the thorax is still centered, it's still running along the same kind of center as the rest of the body. Now, this is a little bit of a jump, but it can be broken down fairly easily. First, we've added this extra mass, this extra form, in a fairly boxy manner onto the head. The main critical thing with constructing heads is that you have to understand the planes that exist. Here's a top plane, side plane, and then the front plane. Because it's three-dimensional, being able to separate a given form into these different planes can be very helpful. Whereas if we were to get rid of this and just draw a shape like this, we're not really understanding just how it relates to the rest of the forms involved. It still feels fairly three-dimensional, even though this connection here is somewhat curving over the sphere, but you cannot tell which part is, like where the top is separated from the sides. So thinking about things in terms of finding the planes of a form can be very helpful. And working boxier rather than curved can definitely help you out. And so additionally, I did see that here there were certain forms that were present that I wanted to be sure to capture. There's additional mass here, so I caught that here. And I'm always mindful of how these additional forms are actually sitting on what's already present. I'm not simply drawing a shape on top of other flat shapes. I'm being mindful of just how this form is going to wrap around. I'm not drawing it explicitly, but I'm thinking about it as I draw it. I'm not simply going to take a ball and then put another shape on it without consideration for how they exist in 3D space. I'm going to think about how this form wraps around. This is much more similar to the organic intersections in lesson 2. And so I'm wrapping it around. Down here, I know that there are additional forms here that are probably leading into some interesting configuration on the thorax, and so I'm just trying to lay down more forms to capture that. Again, I'm being pretty light on the additional construction lines. If you need to add more contour lines to kind of better understand how these forms sit on here, go ahead, but don't go overboard with them. Only add as many as you really require, and try and really think about how these forms are interacting with each other as 3D forms, not just as flat shapes and collections of lines. Here you'll see that I added a pole onto the this abdomen to really give it a sense of volume. And so if you have a ball, you may still interpret this as a circle, a flat shape, but if you add a pole to it, you can really help convey the idea that there's more to it than that. And so I've also got this contour line and then these wrapping around. And I felt that because this insect actually does have certain natural contour lines, I wanted to make sure that I could take advantage of that. Some of these are more complex, like this, where you've got it kind of dipping inwards, and I don't want to worry about that just yet. We'll get to that, but I don't want to complicate things. So for now, I just want to capture a solid form.
唔使
So
理。
always remember, keep things simple as you're building up. At no point do you ever want to add any elements that are too complex for the supports that already exist here. A pretty good example of this, going back to the previous lesson, is actually the idea of people drawing leaves with, some sort of edge detail, or even just a simple wavy leaf, before having actually constructed the simple leaf shape and establishing how it flows through space before adding that wave. Because now, instead of trying to solve a dozen different problems all at once, you only have to worry about the one at a time. So here we're starting to build out our legs. And in a second, we're going to talk about the specific techniques we use for legs, but these legs themselves are attached to the body with additional forms. So you've got these chunks here, and I wanted to make sure that I gave the proper grounding and could understand just how the legs are going to attach to the rest of the body. And so skipping that step or trying to kind of mush it into the legs themselves would have been a disservice, because it would have taken a more complicated problem and tried to tackle it all at once. So first, we're just dropping these in, and you'll see here how I'm just creating simple balls and mushing them into each other. And it would even help to reinforce that intersection between them with a contour line along the joint. And you'll see me leveraging that a lot more when we actually tackle the legs. Oh, crap. I was on the wrong layer. That's good. So next are our legs. Now there's a lot to talk about here, and obviously there's a lot that's suddenly gone on the page, but what's actually here is relatively simple. There's just a lot of legs involved. When tackling legs, there's a lot that people have to think about. And it can be a little bit confusing, and there can be a lot of experimentation involved. If you look at this section here, there are a few things going on. First of all, there's some gesture to it, where it's bending and flowing and there's a rhythm. Additionally, there's a little bit more bulk here in the center than there is out here, so it kind of swells in the middle. That swelling is complexity. It's taking something from the dead simple tube that it would be and now adding an additional element to it. And based on how we approach complexity in construction, we don't want to worry about that right off the bat. So we don't necessarily want to draw something that is capturing that thickness here, because that's just more complexity. We want to establish some sort of scaffolding and support for it before we move on to that step.
Okay.
So one thing that a lot of students will do is they will use stretched ellipses, stretched balls, stretched whatever kinds of forms you want to call these, but they're not ideal. And for one reason. Because these things are constantly expanding until they reach their peak, and then they shrink down again, they're actually quite stiff. There's not a lot of ways that you can take this kind of form, maintain that continual kind of expansion, and still give it a little bit of a bend. When you do, you end up with what is actually going to be the approach that we use here, and that's the sausage forms that we talked about in lesson 2. Now, the thing about a sausage is that it is essentially a compound of 3 forms. You've got 2 balls, or spheres, and then you've got a tube. This combination is extremely flexible, can be used to create strong sense of gesture, while also maintaining a strong sense of solidity, which is inherently a little bit conflicting, but we can achieve it quite well using this kind of form. And so as you can see here, I've created each segment out of a simple sausage. It maintains a consistent width through its length, and then it only curves out into its balls on the side. The other point to keep in mind here is that I'm making sure that they overlap quite a bit. The reason is that these are 2 different forms, and I'm mushing them together, and I'm establishing their point of their area of intersection with a contour line. The reason I'm doing this is that I don't want to add contour lines to kind of reinforce the solidity of the form out here, because that's going to start stiffening things up. Instead, by putting a single contour line right at the joint, I'm providing this whole thing with enough solidity to maintain through its entire length. And so if you remember what I mentioned in previous lessons about not leaving things open-ended and always capping them off, capping something off immediately imbues it with a sense of solidity and 3-dimensional form. And that's essentially what's happening here. With these sausages, we have, it's not an open form, but it is a flat shape. And we are right at where it joins, reinforcing it with the sense of solidity and three-dimensionality. And we are establishing these as 2 different forms that join together, that interact with each other in 3D space. And the fact that they're interacting so clearly in a 3-dimensional way goes even further to take that idea of a cap that reinforces the form and pushes it all the way through the whole length of these sausages. And I'll imagine that you'll have another one here, and you'll do the same thing. So that is an extremely important technique that helps us build solid legs, and that's going to apply to insects. It's going to apply to to arachnids, to animals, and you can even apply it to humans, although, we get a little bit more complicated. But one thing to keep in mind here is that these sausages, because they maintain a consistent width through their lengths, they don't have this extra swelling in the middle. But that can be added onto it once you've established this support. So if you draw your sausage, reinforce the joint. Oh, that's a great one. And then you can actually just take another ball form, add it here, maybe add a little bit of a contour line or something. That's not a great example. Let's try that again. And so contour lines really help with these intersections, because now I can establish just how these forms are mushing together. And so now I've added the swelling, as you can see, like over here at the end. These all have these kind of irregular swellings towards the end. You can do it in the middle, and you'll see that I'm doing it with this wasp. So I've added these additional masses where appropriate, and I've kind of blended them back into the form. And I'm always aware of how these things exist in 3D space. The last thing that you want to do is lose yourself in the idea that you are drawing a flat set of shapes on a flat piece of paper. You always have to continually think back to how do these forms fit together? How do they exist in 3D space? So the rest that's going on here is really just what I've already done. I'm adding more forms where appropriate to build out these masses. The wing itself is a pretty simple flat shape, so I haven't really done much with it. I just built, simple shape and just brought it out. Observation is obviously extremely important to see just how and where all these elements need to fit together. And so you've got like a tiny ball here, and these joints, the wing itself is coming out of a section of the thorax. So you really need to keep a close eye on your reference to identify all these elements. Adding antenna.
Crazy.
Doing the same thing with the little bulges. And this is just detail. So,
oh my God.
As in previous demos, I'm using a lot of cast shadow shapes to separate my forms. I'm adding this kind of silhouette breaking ribbing to my abdomen to really convey the idea that these forms are three-dimensional, that they're coming out and they're pushing out into space. I've also got similar information here along the ends of the legs, and so you just need to keep an eye on what is present on your reference. And these little segments back here, they are all layering on, and so I want to really capture that sense here. And so I need to be aware of, once again, I keep saying this like a broken record, how everything fits together in 3D space. And so building this on top of the simpler leg that was present before really helps a great deal.
Oh my God.
And so that's really it. So obviously this is going to take a great deal of practice. You can't expect to follow along with the demonstration and be able to replicate everything I'm doing here. There's a lot of spatial understanding that you need to develop, and by doing this, by doing these drawings to whatever level of quality you can, that's how you're going to develop that spatial awareness, by trying it out, by getting used to thinking this way, and getting a little bit better each time. So keep at it. Once again, there will be a broken down version with text descriptions of what's going on step by step on the Drawbox website. There'll be a link in the description below. And so go ahead and check that out and try and follow along with what I'm doing.
OK， 睇埋啲字先。I noticed some additional messages present on creatures, but I understand there are stuff from those three primary messages. We are not bound only to them. We just want to generally get them done first. When you do add additional forms, you mustn't add them like stickers onto a flat image. You need to reiterate your awareness of how these forms intersect and interact with one another. Take your additional form and actually while you run difference already present the construction. Also worth mentioning, I put down some contour lines to further belly. Go man.
Vaguely.
Match the segmentation of the wasps abdomen. I just roll over
Tailor.
同條片講嗰啲一樣咯。gesture 又唔記得咗 gesture 點解
gesture
手勢姿勢姿態體態Whenever I'm applying the technique, I try to think about what that technique is best suited for, and whether or not that matches what I need right at that moment. Now when tackling 點讀 tackling legs, be it those of an insect or those of an animal. I see a lot of different strategies. 點讀啊？點分啊？
strategies strategy strategy strategies be an endpoint, most of which I've tried myself over the years. I found that the most reliable approach is to construct legs out of a series of sausage segments. By sausages, I mean the kinds of organic form we introduced in lesson 2. Donut, not quite as fat. They are essentially two spheres connected by a tube that maintains a consistent width through its length. 講咗啦條片。This means no arbitrary 隨意
arbitrary
swelling or pinching, as this will undermine its solidity. Swelling or pinching 點解啊？腫脹、脹起或者凹凸 ，swelling or pinching， 凸或者凹，脹或者縮，腫或者壓 ，swelling。The great thing about sausages is that they can strike a balance between the need for our forms to maintain the the illusion of solidity, while also being quite gestural and flowing in their nature. We enforce the illusion of form with a single contour curve right at their joint where they intersect, and leave the rest free and clear. 重複又重複。So let's apply this to our warps to achieve what appears to be something of a flying
spaghetti
flying spaghetti monster for each leg. I am focusing only on that one leg. When there's so many things floating around, it can be very easy to be distracted from your task. Stay focused only on the mark you are marking at that moment, and don't let yourself get overwhelmed. Here I'm starting to organize my mess with a little extra lightweight and a few simple cast shadow. I'm not doing this to replicate anything I see in my reference, just to subtly subtly 巧妙 subtly clarify what's going on in my drawing. OK， 唔使全部嘅，總之就令到更加清晰，顯示到畫緊啲咩就可以啦。When you use line weight, it can be rather tempting to start going crazy with really thick lines, but I wouldn't advise it. Take it slow and ERR 係咩文嚟嘅？咩字嚟嘅？On the what? On the side of subtlety.
Subtlety.
Subtlety 吓？微妙。Don't use different pens and nets. You need to fill in large cast shadow areas. In which case, you can use a brush pen once you have established the outline of that shadow shape. In general, you should be doing all the line work, construction and line weight both with a single pen. I know, yeah. So many times. I've also added a few additional forms of relatively flat vein and some of the structure in the area it connects to the thorax, as well as the large eye. For the most part, the rest is just a matter of detail. Pushing the segmentation along the abdomen to
Bulge out.
The bulge out 突出 bulge out past the ciliate. Pushing I got a little more to help continue organizing the drawing, and so this is your time to be spent primarily on the underlying construction, as that is what will help the economy or spectacle.
Spatial awareness. Spatial awareness.
空間嘅意識，空間感，空間意識。Spatial. And your understanding of how the forms you are using all relate to one another. 嚟啊！
玩蜜蜂啊！嚟啊！嚟啊！嚟啊！Come on！Come on！Come on！
燒了8個10個，節奏裏搖動，快樂中感寂寞，散去了回望，有着丁點孤寡但自由，想拆開糾結的網，獨佔天際氣浪。泥路上邊走邊數數腳印，竟發現某些裂痕，停到內心學會修補再陷，別把聲音遠近。一個人原來都可以盡興，到了人卻還沒多高興，沉默看星，聽到月光呼應，繼而平靜到訪這一人之境，原來也很高興，獨個俯瞰每顆山丘之嶺，看一貫的汽水，呼出嘆息快樂，懶說明我自己一個組織。沿路亮起街燈撫摸着我，光線綻放出期望，浮雲日出幻變中交錯過，像已找到答案。一個人原來都可以盡興，多了人卻還沒多高興，沉默看星，期待日光牽領，繼而平靜到訪這風花雪之境，原來已很高興，獨個觀看世間變幻事情，看一貫的汽水，呼出泡影，聽着那共鳴聲，是種心理回應。
有冇大啲啊？
除了會痛，一切都美好，除了挫折面前仍有路，除了厭世總有某些修補可以做，殘破世界令人學成悲觀中找鼓舞，來説給身邊恐怖，能照料你日子都不算早，盡量去彌補，難逃那煩惱，修修補補亂世中一起蒼老，沿途在修理着熄了的曙光，祝你在亂留下平安，真愛是任何形狀，對付百孔千瘡，誰能摸穿我這種健壯非健壯，形勢壞透只好對抗，由我硬撐着是你守我。
哇！呢個啦。
誰也抱了等某位去補，你有我保養和愛慕，縫了再破轉了再補，這亂世未必可修理好，絕望裏樂觀，亦是個情操，東歪西倒也至少牽手街路，沿途在修理着熄了的曙光，祝你在亂留下平安，真愛是任何 千錯，誰能望穿我？這種建造非建造，形勢壞透只好對抗，由我眼撐着是你想我。漂亮的天真魯莽，若被推倒可再創，巨匠的手不怕安葬，貼着膠紙倒進浪，像是布丁都發光，結局再破爛銅不枉。銀河上邊跌宕邊看緊對方，跨宇宙又橫越同方，不怕在盡頭無岸，越近我都護航，還能互安慰，不必天氣多晴朗，狂與暴雪一起對抗，任歲月再壞不致心慌。
幾大啊？No， 爭啲又出事。唔係咁嘅。
淡い月に見とれてしまうから暗い足元も見えずに転んだことに気がつけないまま遠い夜の星がにじむしたいことが見つけられないから急いだふりうつむくまま転んだ後に笑われてるのも気づかないふりをするのだ形のない歌で朝を描いたまま浅い浅い夏の向こうに冷たくない君の手のひらが見えた淡い空明けのホタル自分がただのシミに見えるほど嫌いなものが増えたので地球の裏側へ飛びたいのだ無人の駅に届くまで昨日の僕に出会うまで胸が痛いから下を向くたびに君がま 水にかすむ月を見ていたから夏が来ないままの空を描いたなら君は僕を笑うだろうか明け方の夢浮かぶ月が見えた空朝が来ないままで息ができたなら遠い夏の向こうへ冷たくない君の手のひらが見えた淡い朝焼けの夜空夏が来ないままの街を今愛の色夜明けと蛍地球が回ってた時代は終わって朝は永遠に失われた
呢幅太
僕は止まって歩き出せない
太滑啦，呢幅好似好啲。
この夜がいつまでも明けないから僕は君をこんな檻に閉じ込めている君の声しか光がないから月の代わりに君を歌わせてるリリリリ明日もそばにいてくれるかいたとえ僕が夜に溺れたとしてもリリリリ君は真昼のような
No
澄んだ声で希望を歌ってくれるかい季節が巡ってた時代は終わって春も夏も秋も永遠に失われた僕は壊れたことに気づかないまま君をこうして苦しめてたこの夜がいつまでも明けないから僕の思考は冷めることがない君の声しか救いがないから星の代わりに君を歌わせてるリリリリ明日も守ってくれるかい僕の足を引きずり込む暗闇からリリリリ君の真昼のような澄んだ声が僕は本当に好きだよリリリリどうか許しておくれ 僕はとっくに夜に飲まれてしまって、リリリリ君の幸せなんて願ってたあの頃に戻れないんだ。リリリリどうして手を伸ばして僕の頬なんて撫でているの。明けない夜はないと歌う君は僕を出て行った雫を拭ってあなたを忘れないよとそう言った。終電はもうないよ、これからどうしようかなんて迷い込みたいな二人で。終点なんてないの、明日のことなんてほら今は考えないでよね。いつもと同じペースで歩く街に二人の影映す。並んでみた景色はほらいつまでも変わらないままで。あの頃は子供だったねと割り切るには傷つきすぎだよね。思い出の中に溺れる前にこの場所でさよなら。君に届けたこの愛を言葉に乗せる毎日を美しく思えないといつかは消えてしまうの。これで終わりだなんて不思議な気持ちになるけど元気でね。いつもと違うテンポで笑う君は今何を考えてるの。わざとらしく絞れた空気少し息が震える。今まで話したこと全て覚えてはいないけれどありがとうの言葉とごめんねとうまく伝えられなかったからこんな結末を迎えたのならごめんね遅すぎたね。君に届けたこの愛を言葉に乗せる毎日を息苦しく思えちゃうほどいつから変わってしまったの。これで終わりだなんてまだ信じられないけれど元気でね。終電前のホーム言葉が出てこないな。ここからはもう一人で出会わなければなんてそんなの思っていないよ。だから笑って笑ってよね。君に届けたこの愛を言葉に乗せる毎日を美しく思えないといつかは消えてしまうの。これで終わりだなんて不思議な気持ちになるけど元気でね。君にもらったこの愛もこの手で触れた毎日もあんまりにも美しいから涙が溢れてしまうよ。これで終わりだねって最後の言葉になるけどありがとうね。 この世で造花より綺麗な花はないわ。なぜならば全ては嘘でできてる。アンティパシブルラルラリラ絶望の雨は私の傘をついて湿らす前髪と心の裏面。煩わしいはいつしかことの葉はとに枯れきってことの実が足に売れてる。鏡に映り嘘を描いて自らを見失ったメイク。パッパッパラパッパララパッパ謎謎数えて遊びましょう。タタッタラタタララタタなぜここで戻ってるでしょう。簡単なこともわからないわ。私ってなんだっけ。それすら夜の手にほだされて愛のように消える。さよならも言えぬまま泣いた。フォニー嘘に絡まっている。私はフォニーアンティパシブルいつしか空の願い屋になり合って色の目がなたを解いている。
OK， 哇喺呢本嘢度啦，唔使驚啊，唔使驚啊，OK 嘅 OK 嘅。
なぜここが痛むのでしょう。散々な日々は変わらないわ。絶望の雨は止まないわ。さよならも言えぬまま泣いた。フォニー嘘に絡まっている。ただ簡単なこともわからないわ。私ってなんだっけ。それすら夜の手にほだされて愛のようにさよならまたねとつぶやいた。フォニー嘘に絡まっている。私はフォニー造花だけが知っている秘密のフォニー。僕には何もないな参っちまうよ。もうとっておきのセリフも特別な用紙も君がくれたのは愛や幸せじゃない。とびっきりの普通とそこに似合う笑顔だ。僕でよかったかいこんな僕でよかったのかいなんて聞いたりしないよ。だって君がよかったんだ。そんな僕の予感なんだ。体は関係ないほどの心の関係。言葉が邪魔になるほどの心の関係。会いたいとかねそばにいたいとかね守りたいとかそんなんじゃなくてただ僕より先に死なないでほしい。そんなんでもなくてああやめときゃよかったな。なんでもないよなんでもないよ。僕には何もないなってそんなこともないな。君の本気で怒った顔ものんきに眠る顔もきっとこの先一番映していくこの目。君の大きい笑い声をきっと誰よりもたくさん聞けるのは僕のこの耳。 体は関係ないほどの心の関係、言葉が邪魔になるほどの心の関係、会いたいとかね、そばにいたいとかね、守りたいとか、そんなんじゃなくて、ただ僕より先に死なないでほしい、そんなんでもなくて、ああよしときゃよかったか、なんでもないよ。
頂係喎，諗住畫呢幅嘅喎。
会いたいとかね、話さないから離れないでとか、そんなんじゃなくて、そんなもんじゃなくて、ああ何が言いたかったっけ、なんでもないよ、なんでもないよ、君といる時の僕が好きだ。
都得嘅。
頭じゃ分かっていても心が追いつかない、体はシンプルなのね、男ならなおさらね、ああ夜な夜なゆらゆらいても未だに君が一番咲いていて大好きだった、なんでかな、ムカつくわ、もう忘れちゃいたいのね、ずっと傷つけられてばっかだったのに、シンデレラっぽいレジを回って腕の中で私を泣かせないで、気づかないふりをしてそのままつけるタバコが大嫌い、濡れたままのバスタオル、浴室にかけた8時散らかった部屋には一人また体許してしまったな、あなたがいなくなっても私は平気そうです、連絡はたまにするね、意地悪くらいさせてよね、嘘くらいせめてちゃんと次は上手につかなきゃね、私の前だけで弱さを見せて無邪気な顔で呼んでみて、あなたの瞳独占させて誰も見ないでいて欲しかっただけ、シンデレラっぽいレジを回って腕の中で私を泣かせないで、気づかないふりをしてそのままつけるタバコが大嫌い、好きって言わんでよ、愛してもないのに瞳の奥私を 好きになってしまったんだよあなたを好きにさせてしまったんだよ私を好きにさせといたくせに無責任な話だなああバカバカしい明かりを喰らう夜に好きの数だけ自分を嫌いになって不安がその度頭を回ってこのまま時間が解決してくれると思ってただけどそんなことはなくて君の今日のいい時だけ LINE のメッセージを送っては消してを繰り返してる二人で結んだはずの紐が気づけばほつれていって忘れられて置いてかれて知らないような顔であなたはやり過ごして本当に勝手だよね好きになってしまったんだよあなたを好きにさせてしまったんだよ私を好きにさせといたくせに無責任な話だなああバカバカしい明かりを喰らう夜にどうせ私が好きじゃないならほっといてよどうせ私が好きじゃないならそっとしといてよどうせ私に興味がないなら思わせぶりな態度はしないでよ最初からしないでよ恋に落ちてしまったんだよ私は愛に太陽かけてきたんだよあなたは好きにさせといたくせに勝手に好きになったんだろうってああバカバカしいな好きになってしまったんだよあなたを好きにさせてしまったんだよ私を好きにさせといたくせに無責任な話だよああバカバカしい明かりを喰らう夜にああバカバカしいあなたを好きになってさ好きになってしまったんだよあなたを私じゃないならもう優しくしないでよあんなにね落ち実はしてたくせにずっと君のそばにいたいのにいたかったのになもう隣にはいなかった君が一番わかってるよね その口癖がどこから来たのかも隠しても無駄気づいてるんだからずっと耐えてきたんだよ下手くそな演技に付き合った時間無駄なんかじゃないって信じてた君のために尽くしてたんだよずっと君もそんなの分かってたんでしょ私じゃないならもう優しくしないでよこんなに君のこと思ってるのにあの時私に言った可愛いって言葉も勘違いしちゃったでしょ君は思わせぶりがうまいから沼から抜け出せないまま沈んで勝手にハッピーエンド描いてさずっと君しか嫌だよさりげなく言った可愛いも何気なく過ごした日々も私の心を奪っておいて君は何もなかったように私じゃないなら私じゃないならもう好きとか言わないで今もまだ残ってる君のぬくもりもっといい人がいるよって君が言わないでもう会えなくなるんだね私がいて幸せになれるはずない他で幸せになってねなんて嘘だよ私じゃなかったんだね元気で毎日暮らしてますか朝は起きられているのでしょうか野菜もきちんと食べていますか辛い思いはしてませんか頑張ってって言いながらあまり無理しないでねって思っています心配になることも寂しくなることもあるけど元気でいてくれたら愛する人がどこにいても心から笑えますように少しくらい嫌なことがあっても今日笑って終えてくれたならただそれだけでそれだけでいいこっちは心配いらないからたまに疲 たら帰っておいて、あなたの好きなもの作って待っているから。人生は一度だから自分が思うように生きるのもいい。本当は出世なんてしてもしなくてもいいんだよ。間違えたっていい、そのまま愛する人がどこにいても心から笑えますように。少しくらい嫌なことがあっても今日笑って終えてくれたなら、ただそれだけでそれだけでいい。こっちは心配いらないから、たまに疲れたら帰っておいて、あなたの好きなもの作って待っているから、待っているから。君の毎日に僕は似合わないかな。白い空から雪が落ちた。別にいざと吐き出したため息が
因錯吻着你想慶賀，你卻開始疏遠我。假使你是覺得怯懦，你會不會拒絕我？你有意欲去找我，你會通電再回過。如實在認真喜歡我，或是有心敷衍我，如今只有3歲都清楚，是你不想我啦，甚至不找我啦，無非幾天變化，就像慣我幾千百。難道你共我親吻抱擁之後竟有偏差？不想和我好，請求直說真話。壯舉都需要理由伴你去出走，快活 與世追究，願求上你雙手自繁華浪處到沙丘，戀愛能有幸這樣放肆至足夠，別再管誰咒你曾經荒謬闖蕩異地，亦未往上戀超出煩惱的禁忌。是世上人不理，想早晚能見你，曾經反叛也是我運氣。天與地，年老了不再飛，無那份勇氣。我要愛情不需要登對，不需得你允許，兄妹真有趣，不需要分居。
咩啊？黃蜂正 PK 賣鳩阿宅咩？邊個黃蜂嚇？邊個黃蜂啊？
假使要爭取，唯有約定和大哥喝醉。不想和我好，請求直說真話。
全民造星，全民造星唔識喎，最新嗰季啊！黃蜂賣隊友，真係叫黃蜂啊！咩事啊？呢條啊嚇！佢哋而家鋪埋嗰啲咩幾多人格，9型人格。
其實我怕你總誇獎高估我堅
16人格喎。
其實更怕你只懂得欣賞我。
喂，黐線，等陣先跌。
我用字
喂，唔得啊！小背心咁難聽嘅，原來黐線。成個屌打基本啦，係嘛？呢條黐線，呢啲咩樣？點同我比啊，大佬？同我比就一定比下去嘅。冇得同我比啊！
気づけば辺りはほとんどが白く染まって散らかってたこと忘れてしまいそう意外と積もったねとメールを送ろうとして打ち掛けのままポケットに入れた好まれるような強く優しい僕に変われないかな雪がきれいと笑うのは君がいい出しかけた答え胸が痛くて私方もどこに捨てればいいかもわからずに君から見えてる景色にただ怯えているんだ思えばどんな映画を見たってどんな小説や音楽だってそのヒロインに重ねてしまうのは君だよ 場所で見たい夜空も隣に描くのはいつでも
點畫啊？
見慣れたはずの街がこんなにもバカだな僕は君の街に白い雪が降った時君は誰に会いたくなるんだろう雪が綺麗だねって誰に言いたくなるんだろう僕はやっぱり僕は雪が綺麗と笑うのは君がいいでも寒いねって嬉しそうなのも
黐線
転び
㗎！
そうになって掴んだ手のその
Crazy
先でありがとうって楽しそうなのも全部君がいい純白の雪が降る街から音が全て奪われていたこんなに静かだと閉じ込めた言葉も聞こえてしまいそう雑音の中あなたの声だけ心に溶けてゆくまるでミルクをこぼしたようなそんな夜空を見上げて一人つぶやいた消えてほしいような言葉だけだけど心の音だけはこの雪も奪えないクリスマスなんてなければいつも通りの何にも変わらない夜なのに聖なる旋律は雪に溶けて自分のことが響いてる夜を泳ぐように過ごしたあの瞬間をこのスノードームみたいに閉じ込められたら見えない星に願いを込めて音がなくなった夜に体温で溶ける雪の結晶触れることができないあなたは私の知らない時間の中にいる凍える体力を抜いたら震えが少し収まったでもそれは切な無意識のうちに体がこわばってゆくこんな真っ白な世界の中にいたら自分だけちょっと汚れてるみたい静寂の音がうるさくて今夜はきっと眠れない時を奏でるよ
點睇啊？呢啲大佬鬼知啊！咁多毛佢又睇到啊！ 啊？佢又睇到，咁佢都睇到，有咩可能啊？
純白の雪が降るなら積もってね汚くなるだけだからそんなことを思った私はどんな顔してたクリスマスなんてなければいつも通りの何にも変わらない夜なのに聖なる旋律は雪に溶けて自分のことが響いてる夜を泳ぐように過ごしたあの瞬間をこのスノードームみたいに閉じ込められたら見えない星に願いを込めて音がなくなった夜に
呢隻腳，哇難搞，哇！
長袖に咲く喧嘩ただそこに愛を落とした果てに色を溶かす夜に金種の月を添えて転がるように風を切ってつまずくことに強くなった光も痛みも怒りも全部抱きしめて選ばれなければ選べばいい声を轟け夜のその向こうへ涙で滲んでたあんなに遠くの景色まで響き渡れ何を奏でて誰に届けたくて不確かなままでいいどんなに暗い感情もどんなに長い葛藤も歌と散れ残響ただ一人真うせんや互えない体を結べば果てない色も任すように真空の過こそ哀れこの先どんな辛い時も口先よりも胸を張って抱いた夢の明かりを全部たどるだけ逃げ出すためここまで来たんじゃないだろうければ選べばいい声を枯らして燃える花のように闇間を照らしたら曖昧すぎる世界も譜面にして夜を数えて朝を描くような鮮やかな音を鳴らすどんなに深い後悔もどんなに高い限界もかき消して残響
使 detail 係咪真係咁樣就得啦？都 OK 㗎。
死にたいなんて言うなよ諦めないで生きろよそんな歌が正しいなんて馬鹿げてるよな実際自分は死んでもよくて周りが死んだら悲しくてそれが嫌だからっていう英語なんです他人が生きてもどうでもよくて誰かを嫌うこともファッションでそれでも平和に生きようなんて素敵なことでしょう画面の先では誰かが死んでそれを嘆いて誰かが歌ってそれに感化された少年がナイフを持って走った僕らは命に嫌われている価値観もエゴも押し付けていつも誰かを殺したい歌を簡単に電波で流した僕らは命に嫌われている軽々しく死にたいだとか軽々しく命を見てる僕らは命に嫌われているお金がないので今日も一日中ダミーを謳歌する生きる意味なんて見出せず無駄を自覚して息をする寂しいなんて言葉でこの傷が表せていいものかそんな意地ばかり抱え今日も一人ベッドに眠る少年だった僕たちはいつか青年に変わってゆく年老いていつか枯葉のように誰にも知られず朽ちてゆく不死身の体を手に入れて一生死なずに生きてゆくそんな SF を妄想してる自分が死んでもどうでもよくてそれでも周りに生きてほしくて矛盾を抱えて生きてくなんて怒られてしまう正しいものは正しくいなさい死にたくないなら生きていなさい悲しくなるならそれでもいいならずっと一人で笑えよ僕らは命に嫌われている幸福の意味すら分からず生まれた環境ばかりに組んで簡単に過去ばかり呪う僕らは命に嫌われているさよならばかりが好きすぎて本当の別れなど知らない僕らは命に嫌われている幸福も別れも愛情も
Lex 好嘛？
滑稽な夢の戯れで全部金で買える代物明日死んでしまうかもしれない全て無駄になるかもしれない朝も夜も春も秋も変わらず誰かがどこかで死ぬ夢も明日も何もいらない君が生きていたならそれでいいそうだ
好難搞，好難頂，好難頂，
そういうこと
好難頂。
命に嫌われている結局いつかは死んでゆく君だって僕だっていつかは枯葉のように朽ちてくそれでも僕らは必死に生きて命を必死に抱えて生きて殺してあかいて笑って抱えて生きて生きて生きて生きて生きる
Head left. This is what it looks like. And that's a blouse found on a human, which is always fun to look at.
This 呢隻係咩嚟㗎 ？Loose 塞啊！
Oh my god.
It's pretty gross. It also has a lot of very interesting forms to it, and so it's going to be a pretty neat construction to look at. The main things that I'm interested in here are the fact that it's got this kind of ribbing to it with very clear effects on the silhouette, which kind of help solidify this kind of object. So that's going to be pretty fun to get into. So I'm going to move this aside and I'll show you how I would tackle this. So as with the wasp demo, we are going to start off with the same major masses as always. We've got our head, thorax, abdomen, and we are basically just trying to get a ballpark kind of estimation of how big they're going to be relative to one another. And again, with the head, we are not trying to encapsulate the entire thing. We are just creating a central building block onto which we will add other forms. We are starting off dead simple. We're not worrying about all this other flair here. We are focusing in on the core of it. And that's one interesting thing about this particular construction,
What?
or rather the subject matter. It's semi-translucent, so we can kind of get the feeling that a lot of this extra mass here is not necessarily core to the object. And so I have just focused on what I can see right here. And so that's what I've done here. So moving on, now I'm starting to add additional forms. So you can see here that I've added this sort of skirt, and I've added contour lines to really help reinforce that skirt, because I do want it to feel three-dimensional. Once again, I'm still not dealing with a lot of this extra ribbing here. We will get into that very soon, but not just yet. I still want to focus on not adding anything that is going to, fall flat because it doesn't have the supporting elements that it needs just yet. We're building those supports and we'll kind of build up complexity as we go. Additionally, for the head here, I've added two things. First off, the only thing you can very clearly see in this reference are these little beady eyes, which are black, but we're not going to color them in black because we're treating this construction as though the whole thing is some flat mid-tone. We don't want to worry about any local colors or anything because we're not coloring it. But this beady little eye actually sits on a base. And now, if I can make this thing bigger, you can see that it's got this kind of a whole other form here that is present on which the beady little eye seems to rest. Or at least I'm assuming that's an eye. But anyway, so I've got these additional forms. Our main cranium is really just here. And so in our construction, I've gone ahead and added both those forms. So I've got my cranium, the extra kind of supporting mass, and then the beady little eye. And I've also established a center line by which to make sure that I'm keeping everything aligned. And the center line is following along the curvature of the surface of the form. And I've also got this kind of, I don't know what it is, but it's the front of the head, so I'm trying to add that in as well. I haven't worried too much about the antennae yet, but we will get to that. Next, I want to put in the legs. So before I do that, I want to understand where they're going to connect to the body. And so I lay down these contour ellipses that are serving as like a preemptive footprint for where they're going to connect. And I do this on both sides of the body. This is not sitting where it would generally be visible. It's actually on the opposite side. So it would generally be hidden, but we're drawing through our forms so that we can fully understand how everything is fitting together. Next, the legs are being built out as simple sausages. And so I'm not sure if you've seen the wasp demo yet, you should have, but a sausage is really the ideal form for building chains of legs or leg segments. And the reason is because they flow very nicely. Whereas sometimes you'll see people using a tube or a series of tubes.
又講
This can be all right, but it honestly
又講
doesn't
多次，
give the kind of back and
我
forth
頂
rhythm
啊！
that I really like. And alternatively, some people will try and use stretched spheres, which, due to their nature in that they're kind of
佢真係
expanding
老
and
師
then
嚟
immediately
嘅喎。
contracting, they cannot really be bent. So they're not particularly flexible. As soon as you try and make them flexible, what you end up with is a sausage, which is essentially two spheres connected by a tube. And this tube has a consistent width through its length.
佢應該真係
And
做
so
老
that's
師
what I'm
嘅
using
喎。
here. Simple sausage forms. And generally, you do want to, I haven't actually done this in this drawing, but whenever your sausages overlap, it helps a great deal to actually reinforce where they intersect with a nice contour line. And this will help solidify the whole form. You won't end up having to add additional contour lines through their lengths, so you can avoid stiffening it up any further. You really just need to reinforce the joints, and this will take care of itself. So that gives you that sort of gestural flow, while also allowing you to keep things solid and three-dimensional.
頂我呢幅嘢畫錯咗好多。
And you'll notice here, I haven't done anything with the claws yet. So
呢
there
隻
is
腳喺
more to
呢
be
度
built
喎，應
on,
該
but I didn't want to get too ahead of myself.
頂。
Next, basically the same deal. I've built out these additional, there's the same kind of supporting mass for the antennae. And so I've built that out here. Now I've established where the antenna is gonna connect. And I've built out simple little lines to establish the path that it's gonna take through space. I didn't do that for the legs, I could have, but I felt that the flow of the sausages was enough. Whereas here, I've got a lot of smaller components, so I wanted to make sure that they were all following the correct path. It's really,
OK，
it's just
都
another
係
tool
都係
that you
咁
have in
啊
the。toolbox that you can use. You can choose to
其實又好
go
似好似
fully
唔係好
along
難，
an established line,
畫
or you
落
can
去
wing
就
it
唔係好
and
難，
just freely construct
只係個人
and
有啲
maintain whatever
攰啊，
rhythm comes of it. Both have their advantages because this can be a
好
little
難
bit more
focus
freely
啊。
flowing, but this allows you to control that path a little bit better if you need to. As you get more experience in this kind of drawing, eventually it won't matter which one you choose. And so now I've drawn these out. I did notice that these were less sausage-like, so they didn't have that same kind of gestural flow. So I did opt to using something a little bit more like stretched spheres, where that stiffness wasn't such a problem. And in fact, it's actually much more in line with what I'm seeing here. So pick the tool that best suits the job. Don't go in blindly saying, well, I always have to use this tool because that's the technique that's said in this demo. You need to think about what goes a little bit deeper. You need to think about what you're trying to achieve and which tool and which approach will work best for that goal. Now I'm building out that ribbing along the, there's some along the thorax and it's mostly along the abdomen. And so there are two elements to it. First off, before I added the contour lines that kind of went around like this, I established these lines here. Because that's exactly what I see along the reference. They don't just exist like this, a continual kind of encompassing contour line, but rather they kind of bubble out, and they have these points where they come back together. And so I wanted to capture that, and the easiest way to establish where they were going to come together and keep everything structured was to put down these lines marking that that length. And so from there, I simply built, they're very simple forms. So if you have a ball like this, let's just make it more three-dimensional, I'm really just wrapping a contour line around it. And then breaking that silhouette nicely to create those bumps. And so on and so forth. And it's really just taking advantage of the silhouette more than anything else. Because anything that ends up on the silhouette is going to have a huge impact to how that form is actually interpreted by the eye. Now I just add more forms. That's basically what construction comes down to, just adding more and more forms, building up complexity in successive passes, rather than trying to jump into solving all your problems, all your spatial problems, all at the same time. I'm just adding more and more of these forms. And then finally, in the last step, I add simple little shadows and line weight to distinguish my construction. Because up until that point, I was adding a little bit of line weight here and there just to keep things straight in my eyes, but that extra little push really helped separate those forms. And I also added, you've got all these tiny little hairs and things coming off the body. You don't need to draw every single one. You just need to draw enough to communicate to the viewer that this creature has little hairs. And so I could have added a few more just to kind of round out the idea, but you don't need to add nearly as many as you actually see in the reference.
Okay.
And essentially that's it. That's how we construct
That's it.
this louse.
That's it.
So the step-by-step breakdown of this demo will be available on the Drawbox website as a written out text with each phase, so you can follow along with that a little bit better. Make sure that you take a look, because it's not always easy to follow along with a video that's continually going forwards, where you may want to pause and stop and think about things a little bit.
等我補翻啲嘢先。哇！但係呢度好鬼亂。
が死のうと思ったのは海猫が桟橋で泣いたから波の間に間に浮かんで消える過去もついばんで飛んで行け僕が死のうと思ったのは誕生日に杏の花が咲いたからその木漏れ日でうたた寝したら虫の死骸と土になれるかな八亀漁港の灯台錆びた地橋捨てた自転車木造の駅のストーブの前でどこにも旅立てない心
同埋呢隻腳應該
昨日みたいだ
自己畫返去
るなら今日変えなきゃ分かってるけれど僕が死のうと思ったのは心が空っぽになったから満たされないと泣いているのはきっと満たされたいと願うから
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the hell?
靴紐がほどけたから
好核突啊呢個
結び直すのは苦手なんだよ人とのつながりもまたしかり僕が死のうと思ったのは少年が僕を見つめていたからベッドの上で土下座してるよあの日の僕にごめんなさいとパソコンの薄明かり上階の部屋の生活音インターフォンのチャイムの音耳を塞ぐ鳥かごの少年見えない敵と戦ってる六畳一間のドンキホーテゴールはどうせ醜いものさ僕が死のうと思ったのは冷たい人と言われたから愛されたいと泣いているのは人のぬくもりを知ってしまったから死のうと思ったのはあなたが綺麗に笑うから死ぬことばかり考えてしまうのはきっと生きることに真面目すぎるから僕が死のうと思ったのはまだあなたに出会ってなかったからあなたのような人が生まれた世界を少し好きになったよあなたのような人が生きてる世界に少し期待するよ愛のネタ バレ別れっぽいな、人生のネタバレ死ぬっぽいな、何それ意味深でかっこいいじゃん、それっぽい単語集で踊ってんだ、湿気トゥトゥルトゥトゥトゥルフトゥトゥルトゥトゥトゥルフトゥトゥルトゥトゥトゥルフする本、どこへだなっぽいなっぽい憧れちゃうわ、トゥトゥルトゥポイジョントゥトゥルトゥの玉が正義の下人生、鉄の玉が正義の正面貫けば英雄に近づいた、その目を閉じて触れてみれば同じ形同じ体温の悪魔、僕はダメであいつはいいの、そこに壁があっただけなのに生まれてしまった、定め嘆くな僕らはみんな自由なんだから、鳥のように羽があればどこへだって行けるけど、帰る場所がなければきっとどこへも行けない、ただただ生きるのは嫌だ、世界は残酷だ、それでも君を愛すよ、何を犠牲にしてもそれでも君を守るよ、間違いだとしても疑ったりしない、正しさとは自分のことを強く信じることだ、鉄の雨が降り散る情景、テレビの中映画に見えたんだ、戦争なんて愚かな凶暴関係ない知らない国の話、それならなんであいつに組んで黒い気持ち隠しきれないわけ、説明だってできやしないんだ、僕らはなんて矛盾ばっかなんだ、
好啦，攰啊，救命啊！唔知畫咩昆蟲。
この言葉も訳されれば本当の意味は伝わらない、信じるのはその目を開いて触れた世界だけ、ただただ生きるのは嫌だ、世界は残酷だ、それでも君を愛すよ、何を犠牲にしてもそれでも君を守るよ、選んだ人の影捨てたものの屍、気づいたんだ自分の中、育つのは悪魔の子、正義の裏犠牲の中、心には悪魔の子、流れる季節の真ん中でふと日の長さを感じます、せわしく過ぎる日々の中に私とあなたで夢を描く、3月の風に思いを乗せて、桜のつぼみは春へと続きます、 出す光の粒が少しずつ朝を温めます。大きなあくびをした後に少し照れてるあなたの横で
好冇心機畫啊！對啲昆蟲好冇興趣啊！救命啊！
瞳を閉じればあなたがまぶたの裏にいることでどれほど強くなれたでしょう。あなたにとって私もそうでありたい。砂ぼこり運ぶつむじ風洗濯物に絡まりますが昼前の空の白い月はなんだか綺麗で見とれました。うまくはいかぬこともあるけれど天を仰げばそれさえ小さくて青い空は凛と澄んで羊雲は静かに揺れる花咲くを待つ喜びを分かち合えるのであればそれは幸せ。この先も隣でそっと微笑んで瞳を閉じればあなたがまぶたの裏にいることでどれほど強くなれたでしょう。あなたにとって私もそうでありたい。ララララララララララ元気でいますか。大事な人はできましたか。いつか夢は叶いますか。この道の先で覚えていますか。揺れる麦のあの夕場へ地平線続く空を探し続けていた。明日を描こうと
點解佢遮住晒我點刷嘅？遮住晒刷唔到嘅喎。
形ないものの輝きをそっとそっと抱きしめて進むの。 ように無邪気な目で寒い夜も雨の朝もきっとあったでしょう。ふるさとの街は帰る場所ならここにあるといつだって変わらず
幾點啊？
に
5點幾？5點5咋？
待っている
好攰啊！
明日を描くこと
好
をやめない
攰啊！
で今夢の中へ大切な人のぬくもりをずっとずっと忘れずに進むの。人は迷いながら揺れながら歩いてゆく。二度とない時の輝きを見つめていたい。明日を描くことも書きながら今夢の中で形ないものの輝きをそっとそっと抱きしめて進むの。昨日の夜から頭から離れない地球はどうして青くなきゃダメなの。私の街は3月なのにたまに雪が降るよ。出来損ないの私のように間違えちゃうだろうな。このまま世界を白く包み込んだら明日私は許そう。そんな日もある。地球が本当に丸いかはわからない。地球が本当は赤いかもしれない。私は思う世界は全部誰かの 作り物でもしかしたらクリスマスの贈り物かもしれない。今日も世界が回る70億の迷子たちを眺めて頑張れという私は決めた。地球をあげる。きっと君はこんな星を誰一人の気球もないそんな星を作る。私世界の秘密気づいちゃったよ。それが宇宙の
好啦，畫滿一版之後休息。畫滿成版休息。
飛び出した。そう君は友達。僕の手をつかめよ。そう君は一人さ。居場所なんてないだろう。二人きりこのまま愛し合えるさ。繰り返すフラッシュバックセミの声。二度とは帰らぬ君とはにちぎれてくお揃いのキーホルダー。夏が消し去った白い肌の少女に悲しいほど取りつかれてしまいたい。本性が暴れ始める9月のスタート告げるチャイム。次の標的に置かれた花瓶。仕掛けたのは僕だった。そう君が悪いんだよ。僕だけを見ててよ。そう君の苦しみ助けが欲しいだろう。溺れてくその手にそっとキスをした。薄笑いの獣たち。その心晴れるまで爪を突き立てる不揃いのスカート。夏の静寂を切り裂くような悲鳴がこだまする教室の窓には青空。君は友達。そう君は友達。僕の手をつかめよ。そう君がいなくちゃ居場所なんてないんだよ。透き通った世界で愛し合えたら。繰り返すフラッシュバックセミの声。二度とは帰らぬ君とはにちぎれてくお揃いのキーホルダー。夏が消し去っ た白い肌の少女に悲しいほど取りつかれてしまいたい。透明な君は僕を指さしてた。例えば今君がその瞳濡らしていたとしても呼ぶ声はもう聞こえない絵の具を溶かすように君との日々は記憶の中にじんでく。何かを求めれば何かがこぼれ落ちてく、そんなこの世界で春の風を待つあの花のように君という光があるのならめくりめくる海を越えて咲かせるさ愛の花を花束を。願いが叶うのなら二人の世界また生きてみたい。あのキスから芽吹く日々水色花びらはもう香りを忘れ君への思い枯れてゆく。散ってしまいそうな心に覚えたての愛の美しさをね咲かせて。風を待つあの花のように飾らない心でいられたら触れられなくても思い煩っても忘れないよこの恋を一つずつ束ねて君という光があるのならめくりめくる運命を越えて咲かせるさ愛の花を花束を。 私ヴァンパイアいいの吸っちゃっていいのもう無理もう無理なんて悪い子だね試したいないっぱいで吐きたいまだ絶対いけるよ最低最高ずっと行き来してる甘くなる不安の果実のも発展しと息をしてもいらないだけうるさいだけ誰かといればそれはたられば強がってたって気持ちには逆らえない離れていても感じてる絵も繋がって確かめたら死ねるかもいいもん悲しいもん切ないもん君の全てを食らうまで絶叫私ヴァンパイアいいの吸っちゃっていいのもう無理もう無理なんて悪い子だね試したいないっぱいで吐きたいまだ絶対いけるよ私ヴァンパイアからしちゃってこれ嫌な感じ泣いて忘れたら初めまして私ヴァンパイア愛情をくださいまだ絶対いけるよ私ヴァンパイアまずはこっちおいで内緒の思い洗いざらい吐き出したならまさにばかり割り切れないけどあまりじゃないそっと朝までと戦法繰り返すやだわがままはただ欲張ってまたチャンスを逃すのだやまないもしも叶えたいけど重なって押しつぶされちゃうのかもいいもん悲しいもん切ないもん君の全てを食らうまでいいじゃん楽しいじゃん気持ちいいじゃん溺れるまでが癖になるね絶叫私ヴァンパイアいいの吸っちゃっていいのもう無理もう無理なんて悪い子だね試したいないっぱいで吐きたいまだ絶対いけるよ君もヴァンパイアいいよ吸っちゃっていいよもう無理もう無理だって言わせてほしい君以外では絶対にいけないほら絶賛させてよ君もヴァンパイアからしちゃって今何回目星が見えるような輪の中で君もヴァンパイア延長をくださいまだ絶対いけるよ君もヴァンパイアまずはこっちおいでななななな絶対いけるよ裏路地の真ん中で慣れない景色とつかない匂いに私は追われて染まっていくんでしょう私は怖がりで知らないことには手をつけず誰かがやってきて毒味をするまで待っていたすることは単純でマニュアル通りな生活を来る日も淡々と過ごしていたそういやさそういやさ昨日の私もこうだったそういやさそういやさ弱い根を吐いている薄っぺらい人間です一歩前に出るのはやめときます絡まれたくはないからさ描いた理想像に現実味がないから近づけないよう生きときます明日も内緒少しときます路地裏の真ん中でいつもの夕日を薄めで眺めて胸の内でつぶやいたいつまで続くだろうそういやさそういやさ昨日も夕飯これだったそういやさそういやさ臆病でキリが悪い育児なし人間です一歩後ろに下がって逃げときます目立ちたくなんかないからさ描いた理想像に現実味がないから近づけないよう生きときます明日も内緒少しときます 弱い根を生えている薄っぺらい人間です。一歩前に出るのはやめときます。絡まれたくはないからさ、ため息ばっかでさ、吸い気足りないの、きっとそううまくはいかないけどさ、試しにちゃんと生きてみよう。考えたってわからないし、青空の下君を待った。風が吹いた正午、昼下がりを抜け出す想像ね。これからどうなるんだろうね。進め方を教わらないんだよ。君の目を見た、何も言えず僕は歩いた。考えたってわからないし、青春なんてつまらないし、やめたはずのピアノ、机を弾く癖が抜けないね。将来何してるだろうね。音楽はしてないといいね。困らないでよ、心の中に一つ線を引いてもどうしても消えなかった。今更なんだからな、もう思い出すな。間違ってるんだよ、分かってないよあんたら人間も。本当も愛も世界も苦しさも人生もどうでもいいよ。正しいかどうか知りたいのだって防衛本能だ。考えたんだ、あんたのせいだ。考えたってわからないか、本当に年老いたくないんだ。いつか死んだらって思うだけで胸が空っぽになるんだ。将来何してるだろうって大人になったら分かったよ。何もしてないさ、幸せな顔した人が憎いのはどう割り切ったらいいんだ。満たされない頭の奥の化け物みたいな劣等感、間違ってないよな、なんだかんだあんたら人間だ。愛も救いも優しさも根拠がないなんて君が悪いよ。ラブソングなんかが痛いのだって防衛本能だ。どうでもいいか、あんたのせいだ。考えたってわからないし、生きてるだけでも苦しいし、音楽とかもわからないし、歌詞とか適当でもいいよ。どうでもいいんだ。間違ってないだろう。間違ってないよな。間違ってないよな。間違ってるんだよ、分かってるんだあんたら人間も。本当も愛も救いも優しさも人生もどうでもいいんだ。正しい答えが言えないのだって防衛本能だ。どうでもいいや、あんたのせいだ。
Side by
あ僕だって信念があった。今じゃゴミみたいな思いだ。何度でも君を書いた。売れることこそがどうでもよかったんだ。本当だ、本当なんだ。昔はそうだった。だから僕は音楽をやめた。 さえ書く価値観、骨の髄まで全部ね魂、心全部満たしたい、そねむのりは舌打ちばかり。太鼓国勝り、弱しに定の音楽ばかり。君の全部ね魂、浅ましいこの心願うずくばかり。つまらないものだけが見たいのさ、夜の全部が僕は欲しい。ただやるせないから歌にしたい、この渇きを言い訳にさ。焼けた矢の光、笑みで住宅街を見下し、素晴らしい基礎の暮らし、さあ幸せはおいくらばかり。この妬みは疎ましいばかり。つまらないものだけが見たいのさ、人の全部をバカにして忘れたいのに胸が痛い。ただ何もないから僕は欲しい。つまらないものだけが見たいのさ、君の全部が僕は欲しい。ただ何もないから僕は欲しい。この渇きを言い訳にさ。嘘嘘人のなり虚勢、心象心外、刃物の毛みたいだ。巨神高い命宿し、あとはババラバラ中身なき人間。寄せる期待不平等な人生、才能もない対象比率消化。無心平等に没個性たどる記憶、僕に居場所などないから。夢の狭間で泣いてないで、どんな顔すればいいか分かってる。だけどまだ答えてくれよ。闇を払って闇を払って、夜の帳が降りたら合図だ。敗退して回る感情線、ざれ言などは吐き捨ていけど、まだ止めないでまだ止めないで。誰よりも里くある街に生まれしこの正体を、今はただ呪い呪われた僕の未来を想像して、走って転んで消えない痛み抱いては、世界が待ってるこの一瞬を。情緒的感情が揺らいでいくバグ、従順に従った結果の罰。指示選択しかない愛に正気、声も出せないまま。苦屈な誓いのなき百鬼夜行、呪術なぎなこの果てまでも。極楽を上現実つけてないで、命を投げ出さないで。うちの脆さに浸って、どんな顔すればいいかわかんないよ。今はただ答えてくれよ。古城を解いて古城を解いて、不確かな声を紡ぐアイデア。相殺して回る感情線、その先に今立ち上がる手をただ追いかけてただ追いかけて、誰よりも強くありたいと願う君の運命すら、今はただほのぐらい夜の底に深く深く落ち込んで。 の僕なんだ何者にもなれないだけの屍だ笑えよ目の前の全てから逃げることさえやめたイメージを繰り返し想像の先を行けと闇を払って闇を払って夜の帳が降りたら合図だ敗退して回る感情線され事などは吐き捨ていけとまだ止めないでまだ止めないで誰よりも里くある街に生まれしこの正体を今はただ呪われた僕の未来を想像して走って転んで消えない痛み抱いては世界が待ってるこの一瞬をふふふふふふふふふふふふふふふふふ夏の匂いを吸い込んで吐き出す弱いまま大人になった僕でも今日は少し強くなった気がしてはしゃぐ君の顔を思い浮かべた、yeah、祭りの音が聞こえ始める時間に決まって泣く野良猫の顔が嬉しそうだ君の方が僕より夏が好きだったね夜が重なり合った、yeah、今日だけは夏の夜のマジックで今夜だけのマジックで歌わせて今なら君のことがわかるような気がする夏の夜限りのマジックで今夜限りのマジックで身を任す夜明けが流れるまでふふふふふふふふふふふふふ暮らしの中で生まれる歌を歌って幸せ悲しみつまんで思いながら歩いた打ち上がった花火を見て笑った君を思い出したよ、yeah、今日だけは夏の夜のマジックで今夜だけのマジックで歌わせて今なら君のことがわかるような気がする夏の夜限りのマジックで今夜限りのマジックで身を任す夜明けが流れるまで記憶に蓋をするのはもったいないよ時間が流れて少しは綺麗な言葉になって夏になると思い出す別れの歌も今なら僕を救う気がする今日だ 今日は夏の夜のマジックで今夜だけのマジックで歌わせて今なら君のことがわかるような気がする夏の夜限りのマジックで今夜限りのマジックで身を任す夜明けが流れるまで夏が終わる前にこの歌が始まってこぼれる二人を見守るから夏やらら歌わせてラララ歌わせてやらら歌わせてラララ歌わせてふふふふふふふふふあなたの指がその胸がその瞳が眩しくて少しめまいがする夜もあるそれは不意に落ちてきてあまりにも暖かくて飲み込んだ七色の星弾ける火花みたいにキュッと僕を困らせたそれでまだ歩いて行けることを教わったんだ神様どうかどうか声を聞かせてほんのちょっとでいいからもう二度と離れないようにあなたと二人あの星座のように結んでほしくて夢の中でさえとも上手じゃない心具合気にしないでって嘆いたこと泣いていたことほつれた袖の糸を引っ張ってふっと星座を作ってみたんだお互いの指を星としてそれはひどくでたらめで僕ら笑い合えたんだそこにあなたがいてくれたならそれでいいんだ今ならどんな困難でさえも愛してみせられるのにあまりにやわくも澄んだ夜明けの間ただ目を見ていた淡い色の瞳だ真っ白でいる時みたいな声をしていた冬の匂いだ心の中静かにすさむ嵐を飼う闇の途中で落ちてきたんだ僕の頭上にきらめく星泣きそうなくらいに触れていたんだ 神様どうかどうか声を聞かせてほんのちょっとでいいからもう二度と離れないようにあなたと二人この星座のように結んでほしくて少し歩き疲れたんだ少し歩き疲れたんだ月並みな表現だけど人生とかいう長い道を少し休みたいんだ少し休みたいんだけど時間は刻一刻残酷と私を引っ張ってゆくんだ Yeah 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 Yeah, 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 yeah. うまくいきそうなんだけどうまくいかないことばかりでうかつにも泣いてしまいそうにな情けない本当にな惨めな気持ちなんか嫌というほど味わってきたしとっくに悔しさなんてものは捨ててきたはずなのに絶望抱くほど悪いわけじゃないけど欲しいものはいつも少し手には届かないそんな半端だとねなんか期待してしまうからそれならもういっそのことどん底まで突き落としてよ答えなんて言われたって人によってすり替わってってだから絶対なんて絶対信じらんないよね苦しみって誰にもあるってそんなの分かってるからなんだってなら笑って済ませばいいのもう分かんないよバカ散々言われてきたくせになんだまんざらでもないんだ簡単に考えたら楽なことも難関に考えてたんだだんだんといろいろめんどくなってもう淡々と終わらせちゃおうか病んだとかも嫌になったからやんわりとあればもういいじゃんか夢だとか希望とか生きてる意味とか別にそんなものはさして必要ないから具体的で分かりやすい機会をください泣き場所探すうちにもう泣き疲れちゃったよ綺麗事って嫌いだって期待しちゃっても形なんなくて星が僕ら見守ってて夜しかいないじゃんね君のその優しいとこ深くにも求めちゃうからこの心柔らかいとこもう触んないでやだもうほっといてもう置いてって汚れ切ったこの道はもう変わんないよ疲れちゃって弱気になって逃げ出したって無駄なんだってだから内面耳塞いでもう最低だって泣いて人生って何なのって分かんなくても生きてるだけって幸せって思えばいいのもう分かんないよバカ 凍りついた心には太陽を、そして僕が君にとってそのポジションを、そんなだいぶ傲慢な思い込みをこじらせてたんだよ。ごめんね、笑ってやってやけどしそうなほどのポジティブの冷たさと残酷さに気づいたんだよ。きっと君に渡したいものはもっとひんやり熱いもの、綺麗事じゃないけど綺麗で揺るぎないもの、上辺よりも胸の奥の奥を温めるもの、理想だけはあるけど心のどこ探してもまるで見つからないんだよ。伝えたい伝わらないその不条理が今きつく縛りつけんだよ。臆病な僕のこの一挙手一投足を、言葉はまるで雪の結晶、君にプレゼントしたくても夢中になればなるほどに形は崩れ落ちて溶けていって消えてしまうけど、でも僕が選ぶ言葉がそこに託された思いが君の胸を震わすのを諦められない、愛してるよりも愛が届くまで、もう少しだけ待ってて、薄着でただそばに立ってても不必要に汗をかいてしまう僕なんかも、どうしたって生ぬるくて君を痛めつけてしまうのだろう。手のひらが熱いほど心は冷たいんでしょう。冗談でもそんな残酷なこと言わないでよ。別に言えばいいけど全人生をかけてもちゃんと覆さしてよ。救いたい救われたいこのイコールが今優しく剥がしていくんだよ。語り論武装プライドの過剰放送、正しさよりも優しさが欲しい。そしてそれを受け取れるのはイルミネーションみたいな不特定多数じゃなくてただ一人君であってほしい。かけた言葉で割れた日々を直そうとして出しすぎた熱量で惹かれてしまった。かってそんな失敗作を重ねて重ねて重ねて見つけたいんだいつか最高の一言一句を。言葉はまるで雪の結晶、君にプレゼントしたとして時間が経ってしまえば大抵記憶からこぼれ落ちて溶けていって消えてしまう。でも絶えず僕らのストーリーに添えられた字幕のように思い返した時、不意に目をやる時に君の胸を震わすもの探し続けたい。愛してるよりも愛が届くまで、もう少しだけ待ってて。言葉など何も欲しくないほど悲しみに手つく夜でも勝手に君のそばであれこれと考えてる。雪が溶けても残ってる。 本当は分かってたいけないことだったとかってたのに、この手をすり抜ける全部が愛に見えたの。確かめてた言葉が形になって揺れるだけ、恥って書いてきっとそれだけつまらないな世界の読み合わせ。あとちょっとで分かりかけてたのに、飲んで吐いて全部忘れちゃえ。水をまとった方針鏡合わせ、見つめ合えたらオーバードーズ君と二人、やるせない日々回想、どの悪い夢を見たい。オーバードーズ君と二人、甘い当たりと Stop it music darling、本当に分かってるいけないことだったとかってる。多分時間だけが過ぎてく、問答で満ちていく。言い訳する間もなく裸になってしまうだけ、きっと溜まってくんだずっと、終わってしまえばいいとふと傷んで腐ってくあの甘い果実のように僕ら壊れていく。だから音って眠って全部忘れちゃえ。嘘をかぶったあなたと隣り合わせ、見つめ合えたらオーバードーズ君と二人、分かりたいのに変に間の悪い嘘が嫌い。オーバードーズ君と二人、分かりたいのに Two step from with me darling、 yeah。
啊耶，啊耶，啊耶。
オーバードーズ君と二人、やるせない日々回想、どの悪い夢を見たい。オーバードーズ君と二人、甘い当たりと Stop it music darling、オーバードーズ君と二人、わからないけど変に間の悪い嘘でもいいからどう、君と二人、甘い当たりと Stop it music darling、
啊耶。
Don't stop it music darling、指切り弦マンホラでも吹いたら針でも何でも飲ませていただきマンデー It doesn't matter if it's Sunday。 鏡よ鏡よこの世で一番変わることのない愛をくれるのは誰？ You need to ask us is my darling。私の最後はあなたがいい。あなたとこのままおさらばするより死ぬのがいいわ。死ぬのがいいわ。三度の飯よりあんたがいいのよ。あんたとこのままおさらばするよか。死ぬのがいいわ。死ぬのがいいわ。それでも時々浮つく前は死んでも治らな直してみせますベイベー。I am nothing but your baby。 失って初めて気がつくなんてそんなダサいこともしたないのよ。 Goodbye Or don't you ever say bye bye、私の最後はあなたがいい。あなたとこのままおさらばするより死ぬのがいいわ。死ぬのがいいわ。死ぬのがいいわ。死ぬのがいいわ。三度の飯よりあんたがいいのよ。あんたとこのままおさらばするよか。死ぬのがいいわ。死ぬのがいいわ。死ぬのがいいわ。死ぬのがいいわ。 私の最後はあなたがいいあなたとこのままおさらばするより死ぬのがいい死ぬのがいい三度の飯よりあんたがいいのよあんたとこのままおさらばするよか死ぬのがいい死ぬのがいいそれでも時々浮つく前はそんなダサいのはもういらないのよバイバイ I always take with you my babyどっかに置いてきたようなことが一つ二つ浮いているけどねちゃんと拾っておこう弾けて忘れてしまう前に回り出したあのこと僕の未来泊まりとかでまたやり直せたら回り出したあのこと僕が被害者面でとかをまた練り歩けたらなトゥルルルトゥルルルトゥルルトゥルルルトゥルルルトゥルルトゥルルルトゥルルルトゥルルトゥルルルトゥルルルあのね私あなたに会ったの夢の中に置いてきたけどねねえどうして私が好きなの一度しか会ったことがないのにね思いを蹴って二人でしてんだ忘れない愛を歌う言葉を二人に貸して誓いを立てんだ忘れない愛を歌うようにね回り出したあのこと僕の未来が泊まりとかでまたやり直せたら回り出したあのこと僕が被害者面でとかをまた練り歩けたらなトゥルルルトゥルルルトゥルルトゥルルルトゥルルルトゥルルトゥルルルトゥルルルトゥルルトゥルルルトゥルルルトゥルルトゥルルルトゥルルルトゥルルトゥルルルトゥルルルトゥルルトゥルルルトゥルルルトゥルルトゥルルルトゥルルル
幾時話搭數啲重？搭數啲重，有啲諗法喎，可以諗下，後尾就咁揾到啦。搭數 insect。啊！呢、個菇啊，呢、個係咩？哇！呢、個蟲嚟㗎，原來。What the fuck？ Poison horn bug。Holy shit！ Chaos bug。太陽蟲。What the fuck？ 呢隻係由咩嚟啊？有樣嘅 Sunlight Maggot Helmet。哦，呢個係頭盔嚟㗎。呢個乜鬼嘢啊？哦，頭盔嚟㗎。呢隻咁熟口面嘅，第一集嗰個嚟㗎。呢隻嘔心怪。 嘔心眼珠怪。
軽やかでいられたら横切った猫に不安を打ち明けながら君に会いたくなるどんな言葉が
遲啲先算啦，
景色
畫咗啲真嘢先啊，都係唔好啦，畫咗啲真嘢先。
地図なんかないけど歩いて探して君に渡せたらいい偶然と運命の違いは君の顔に書いてあって人生の意味はいつか君がくれた雨の中に入ってた君の周りに浮かんだものに触れて何を作れるだろうどれも些細で頼りない決意で僕の世界の模様はできてるおしゃれではないけど唯一のダサさで君が笑えたらいい僕の中の君の中の僕きっと
呢度點諗出嚟啊？唔知點諗出嚟喎。
駅前のパン屋と踏切の閉まる音君に会いたくなるどんな言葉が願いが景色が君を笑顔に幸せにするだろう地図なんかないけど歩いて探して君に渡せたらいい道のりと時間を花束に変えて君に渡せたらいい
咁樣咧，唔知啊，就係咁啦，休息啊，好乸攰，黐線啊，未得啊，個頭未畫啊，未得。
君の中にある赤と青き線それらが結ばれるのは真の像風の中でも負けないような声が届ける言葉を今は育ててる時は枕木
就係咁啦，攰啊！
人はかげろなんで泣いてるのと聞かれ答えれる涙なんかじゃ僕ら出会えたことの意味にはまるで追いつかないこの身一つじゃ足りない叫び君の手 心があったよ意味をいくつ超えれば僕らはたどりつけるのかな愚かさでいい醜さでいい正しさのその先で君と手を取りたい思い出せない大切な記憶言葉にならないここにある思いもしかしたら
我陣間再開啊，瞓陣覺先啊，黐線！唔瞓覺會死嘅，頂唔到落去啦已經。9點鐘再開啦，好嘛？
気づいてと今もその胸を打ち鳴らす
save 低啲圖，跟住瞓陣覺。定係我開住瞓，開住瞓都得，有冇意思㗎喎？冇意思㗎喎。但係呢 anyway， 練到呢度先啦，今日好乸攰，聽日繼續練。OK， 明天繼續畫蟲。